Baseball. I'm Ben Schulman with the former Marlin, Pirate, and Yankee Chris LaRue. Joe Ali is our host and producer, and Tom Young is our technical director. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Saint-Jérôme and Saint-Eustache, Quebec. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Chris Bassitt takes the mound today for the Blue Jays with a reloaded Phillies lineup featuring the missing JT Realmuto and Alec Boehm from yesterday. Philadelphia sends out Aaron Nola to face a slightly rejigged Toronto lineup, looking for more life offensively. We'll get to both lineups, standings, and first pitch next. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet radio network.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. Let's go, man! We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Goodyear 400 from Darlington Raceway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Oh, yeah.
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes.
Blue Jays fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Blue Jays.
Welcome back to Toronto Blue Jays baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Game 2, Toronto Blue Jays and Philadelphia Phillies about to get started in Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Park. Chris, a tough loss for the Blue Jays yesterday, and it really feels like this one is a big one, even though it's still early May, with Toronto having won just 3 of the last 13. They look to avoid a 5th straight series loss today.
Yeah, it's kind of a tipping point for this Toronto Blue Jays team, especially with the way Jose Barrios pitched last night. He was kind of the steady in that starting rotation on this roster, really outside of Justin Turner. And to see him underperform last night, it's a little bit disappointing. But Chris Bassitt has a lot of pressure on him today. He's going up against a Phillies lineup that is full of guys that are hot, full of superstars. And he struggled this season against lefties. You have Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Brandon Marsh, all guys that are very good and very powerful. He needs to keep that sinker down today, especially at Citizens Bank Park, where it's a little bit smaller of a park. We saw Bryce Harper go deep yesterday on kind of a skyscraper that really shouldn't have been a home run. And I don't know the stats, but in a lot of other ballparks, it probably wasn't a homer. Chris Bassitt has his hands full today. He has to keep that sinker down, and he has to throw inside for effect against those lefties.
Yeah, and converse to the Blue Jays, the Phillies, one of the hottest teams in baseball. They have won 7 straight games, 11 in a row at this ballpark. Let's take a look at the standings before we get into this one, brought to you by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played 19-plus play responsibly, Ontario only. Baltimore and New York tied atop the AL East. The Orioles 23-12, the Yankees 24-13. Boston is 19-17 in third. The Tampa Bay Rays 19-18 in fourth, and the Blue Jays 16-20 in fifth. On the other side, the Phillies lead the National League East with baseball's best record at 26-11. Aaron Nola getting loose, which gives us time to give you the Blue Jays lineup today for John Schneider's team. George Springer leads off and plays right field. Dalton Varsho will hit second and play left field with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first, hitting third. The cleanup hitters, the DH Justin Turner. Danny Jansen moves up in the lineup. He'll hit fifth today and catch. And Bo Bichette slides down to the number 6 spot in the lineup and plays short. David Schneider remains in. He's the second baseman, moving over from left yesterday. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa plays third and hits eighth. And Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder, bats ninth. Chris Bassitt will start for the Blue Jays. On the other side, Schwarber, the DH, leads off. The catcher, JT Realmuto, hits second. Bryce Harper, the first baseman, bats third. The cleanup hitter is third baseman Alec Bohm. Brandon Marsh hits fifth and plays left. Nick Castellanos, the right fielder, hits sixth and plays right. Bryson Stott, the second baseman, bats seventh. Hitting eighth, the shortstop Edmundo Sosa. And Johan Rojas, the center fielder, bats ninth. Aaron Nola about to embark on his 8th start of the season. George Springer talking with JT Realmuto, about to step in the box. Nola, the right-hander, has a 4-1 record so far this year, a 3.32 ERA in 7 games started. He has been this really consistent guy for Philadelphia, and that's continued this year. Wednesday day baseball about to get underway. Blue Jays have an off day tomorrow and then come home and take on the Minnesota Twins. Springer in the box. Nola steps to his left, kicks up his left knee and fires home. It's a fastball for strike one. Time of the first pitch today, 1:07. Mostly cloudy day in Philadelphia, or mostly sunny, I should say, with some clouds. 27 degrees Celsius and 81 Fahrenheit. Right on right matchup, the 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And you could see right away that Aaron Nola's velo is noticeably down, but his numbers are still very good across the board. He's throwing his curveball at 31%, and then he sneaks in that sinker at 23%. So he's really pitching, and he's learning to pitch backwards.
Here's 1-1. Bounce foul by Springer, 1-2. Yeah, that fastball velocity, specifically on the four-seamer, is down almost 2 miles an hour for Nola. The sinker has dropped more than a mile per hour, but he's still been very effective. Springer with a leadoff single in the first inning of yesterday's game, went 1 for 4. Leading off today in a scoreless game, here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a fastball on the outside edge, 1 down.
And the thing that keeps Aaron Nola very successful with that fastball is the movement on it. A lot like Jose Barrios, a lot like Chris Bassitt. There's a lot of horizontal run to that baseball. Sometimes there's good depth to it, but a lot of the time it's more of that horizontal big movement on that fastball.
4 pitches and 1 strikeout for Nola, who now faces Dalton Varsho, batting from the left side. First pitch. A little bit high, ball 1. Balls and strikes today being handled by Mike Machlinsky. Jansen Visconti at first. Paul Clemens umpires second. The crew chief is Andy Fletcher at third. The 1-0. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Dalton Varsho hitting .236 on the year. Team leading 6 home runs, 7 doubles as well. Long looking from Nola. He nods and offers a 2-0. Called strike. Just grabbed the outside edge with a fastball. Next pitch. Downstairs. Varsho hasn't brought the bat off his shoulder yet. He takes that ball. It's 3-1. Nola with long hair bursting out of the back of his blue cap with a red brim. Cream jerseys today for the Phillies. The 3-1. Varsho lifts it to right, not very deep. Jogging in Nick Castellanos, and he'll actually look for the second baseman, Bryson Stott, who ranges out there and makes the play. 2 outs.
Well, that was a fastball right down the middle, but you can see the effect that sinker has from Aaron Nola. It was right down the middle, but at the last second, it kind of sinks back. Well, actually, looking at the replay, I think that Dalton Varsho probably wants that baseball back. It was thigh high right down the middle. Still a little bit of movement, but I think if Dalton stays on that pitch, he would have done some damage with it.
Instead, it's a pop-up, and now 2 outs for the Blue Jays. No score, top of the first. Nobody on in the pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Low ball 1. The first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 1-0. Outside. Guerrero ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. He walked yesterday, but did lose his 8-game hit streak, going 0 for 3. 2-0 pitch. And Vlad jolts it to left field. That's cut off just before the track by Brandon March. Guerrero will have a very hard hit single with 2 outs.
Just a hanging breaking ball out over the middle of the plate. Aaron Nola really doesn't leave a lot of breaking balls over the middle, but he did right there, and Vlad just drills it on the line to left field. That is a pretty swing right there.
Lifted that ball over the infielders on the left side, hit it almost 114 miles an hour. And he gives an opportunity for Justin Turner to hit in this first inning. Nola in the stretch for the first time today. First pitch is outside, ball 1.
Aaron Nola's velo just a tick above his average. I've seen a couple of 93s already, and it's supposed to be 30 degrees in Philadelphia today, so maybe that's the reason why.
1-0. Turner bounces it to third softly, picked up by Alec Boehm, who tosses it across the diamond to Bryce Harper to end the inning. No runs on a hit, 1 left on for the Blue Jays. Scoreless game, middle of the first. Chris Bassitt takes the mound next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays, and with all kinds of cool new games and activities in the exciting outfield district areas, there's no end to the family fun you'll have.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jordan Romano saves the game for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Shulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bottom of the first inning, scoreless game, Blue Jays and Phillies. Chris Bassitt, about to make his 8th start of the season, faces Kyle Schwarber, the power-hitting lefty swinger. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a miss at a sinker, 0-1. For Bassitt, a 2-5 record this year with a 5.45 ERA. Has 8 pitches at his disposal, but significantly leads the way with his sinker, which he throws again on the 0-1 and misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bassitt working with Danny Jansen, who sets up high and away. 1-1. Breaking ball dropped low. 2 balls and 1 strike. New baseball for Chris Bassitt, who tosses that one away to the third base dugout. Kind of an odd start for Bassitt his last time against Kansas City. He no-hit the Royals into the 6th inning, and they gave up 3 runs in that 6th. Got out of there with a quality start, but not the start that it looked like it was going to be. 2-1. Fouled back, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, kind of a disappointing loss for Chris Bassitt. You were right. He threw that no-hitter through 5. And then he didn't really lose it. He still had the command. He just gave up those 3 earned runs, and it was a disappointing loss.
Deep breath from Bassitt, brings his glove from his chest to his belt, winds and delivers. 2-2. Hit high, not very deep, left center. Varsho charging in. Kiermaier as well. They collide, and Kiermaier makes the catch. He is on his hands and knees right now, looking very uncomfortable in the outfield. There was miscommunication. They both looked at each other and then both sprinted to the ball. And Kiermaier still on his hands and knees in the outfield right now. Varsho in a crouch, although he's checking on Kiermaier. It looks like Varsho is okay, but Kiermaier has not gotten up. And Jose Ministral, the head athletic trainer for the Blue Jays, is jogging into shallow center right now as Kiermaier remains on his hands and knees.
Yeah, they collided, and Dalton Varsho's glasses went flying. I think the arms actually broke on them. Kevin Kiermaier obviously in some serious pain right now, still on his hands and knees. John Schneider now out there. Yeah, he got hit right in the rib cage. That's got to hurt.
They both reached up. It looked like the elbow of Varsho folded kind of towards the upper rib cage. They went side on side, and Varsho, although not the tallest guy, is a pretty big guy in general. Kiermaier up on his feet right now, though, talking with John Schneider and Jose Ministral. Just gave a couple pats on the chest of Varsho. Clearly, there was some confusion over who was going to take that baseball at the last second, but the Blue Jays do record the out, and Kiermaier, with a deep breath, is walking back out to center field. Varsho jogging out to left.
Well, that ball was the center fielder's ball. If somebody's at fault there, it's Dalton Varsho. He kind of leaned in to Kevin Kiermaier at the last second. You could see Kevin Kiermaier yelling, "I got it, I got it." And Dalton maybe didn't hear him, maybe thought it was his ball. But on a fly ball like that, that was almost straight up center field. That's easily the center fielder's ball.
Kiermaier just his 3rd game off the injured list. But he's all right. Varsho's all right. The out was made. And now Chris Bassitt has to turn the page with the very tough JT Realmuto making his first start of the series. The catcher batting second right now in the absence of Trey Turner. Right on right pitch is hit in the air down the right field line. Out of play, 0-1. In an age where you see a lot of shin protectors, elbow protectors, wrist protectors, none for JT Realmuto. Just his red batting gloves. Very straight up, slightly open stance. 0-1. Low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
What do you think is more impressive, the no batting gloves or the no protection? No batting gloves.
Probably
is tough.
no batting gloves.
That is tough.
1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. But I think you're not as much protecting from injuries with batting gloves as just pain. You are protecting from injuries with the shin protector. Like when a guy fouls it right off his foot, no protection, that looks tougher than getting one on the hands. But what would I know? 1 ball and 2 strikes, Realmuto. Leaning back slightly, awaits the 1-2. Chops it high over the mound up the middle. Glove by Bassitt. Throw from the middle of the diamond in time. Nice play by Bo Bichette. 2 outs.
That was a really tough play from Bo Bichette up the middle. It kind of looked like it bounced off the plate. It bounced so high up the middle, but he makes a nice play veering to his left up the middle and makes a nice sidearm throw to Vlad at first base.
Romuto, among catchers, is one of the fastest in baseball. He goes down, though. Here comes maybe one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball, Bryce Harper, who homered in a 3rd consecutive game yesterday, hitting a decisive grand slam. He'll ask for time. Bassitt looked like he was already in his motion. They're going to get him with a pitch clock violation. Bassitt in discussion right now with the home plate umpire. Arms out wide. It looked like Mike Mochlinski was saying there's something he can't do. I'm not a professional lip reader. It looked like he said, you can't do that. So now a 1-0 pitch to Harper. Called strike 1.
Well, John Schneider and Pete Walker immediately were barking at the home plate umpire. And you're right, we're not professional lip readers, and I could clearly see what John Schneider was saying.
Schneider ejected from yesterday's game in the 4th. 1-1. Breaking ball popped up. First baseman Guerrero shields his eyes from the sun and makes the catch in shallow right to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Bassitt in the bottom of the 1st, and we will go to the 2nd in a 0-0 game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are on Sirius XM.
Rebound scores! Connor McDavid!
Hear every game, including the hometown broadcasts on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Shot go wide off the inboard, put up on Stamkos, back it up! What a save, Bobrovsky!
Which team will drink from the cup?
It's over! The Stars have dethroned the Knights in 7!
Check out the daily discussion on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Radio Network.
The 2nd inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Danny Jansen rubbing some dirt in between his hands will now step into the box to lead off for the Blue Jays here in the top of the 2nd. No score, Blue Jays and Phillies, and Aaron Nola back on the mound for Philadelphia. Right-hander deals to to Jansen, and misses outside. 1-0. Aaron Nola was a college teammate of Kevin Gausman, however. Both long-haired starters went to LSU. Nola was the young guy when Gausman was looking ahead to the draft. 1-0. Called strike. Jansen bends the knee but does not swing.
That is just an embarrassment of riches. Imagine having a college rotation with Aaron Nola and Kevin Gausman.
And then your catcher is Austin Nola, who has played a number of years in the major leagues. 1-1. Jansen hits the ball to center field, charging in Rojas, and he catches it chest high for the first out.
Obviously, LSU is a hotbed for college college baseball. It's such a great place to play. I played at the old Alex Box, which is their old stadium, a little bit more, I don't know, I want to say fan-friendly. It's almost like the old Yankee Stadium where they're a little
less big time.
More affordable, maybe?
Yeah. With one out, here's Bo Bichette. Nobody on. One hit so far for the Blue Jays. Scoreless game, top of the second. The pitch. Bichette checks his swing on a fastball inside. Appeal down to first. He went around, says Jansen Visconti. So it's 0-1. Part of the reason that LSU's a hotbed, guys from around the area like Baton Rouge's Aaron Nola. His 0-1. Bichette takes outside.
But if I was going to pick one place in the entire country to go watch a college baseball game, outside of Cape Cod, of course, it would probably be LSU.
Over Vanderbilt?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. The 1-1. Bichette gets it off the end of the bat, hits it foul into the seats right side, 1-2. Bo hitting 189 on the year, 5 doubles, a triple, a homer, 11 RBIs. Takes a walk out of the box after fouling that pitch off. Readjusts his helmet and steps back in. 1-2 pitch. Takes the breaking ball low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That was a good take from Bo. We've seen him offer at that same pitch multiple times over the last 7 to 10 days. Good 2-strike approach right there.
The 2-2. Hits a cutter foul. Stays alive. Much sunnier day. Bichette, though, still with a sleeve peeking from under his jersey on his right arm. Nothing on the left. White batting gloves. And a black bat. The 2-2. Foul tipped into the glove. Strike 3.
And although the end result wasn't great, I know he's now 1 for 20 in his last 20 at-bats, which is mind-boggling when you think of how good Bo Bichette is. That at-bat was just a little bit better. There were some positives in that at-bat. He took some good swings. He took a couple of tough pitches from Aaron Nola. Yes, he swung through that curveball for strike 3, but there were a few positives. And now I'm just doing the eye test. I mean, I'm not even looking at stats anymore.
First pitch to Davis Schneider's a breaking ball for strike 1. 2 outs and the base is empty. Scoreless game, top of the second. Schneider, who grew up a Phillies fan, likely has a lot of family and friends in the crowd. Did yesterday. Hails from South Jersey, about 20-30 minutes away from Citizens Bank Park. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
He doesn't really have that strong Jersey accent.
No.
When I found out he was from Jersey, I was like, what? You don't really sound like you're from Jersey.
I think it gets thicker in the New York area, potentially, than the Philly area. Called strike 1 and 2. What do I know? Although, went to school with a lot of people from New Jersey. Nola hunting back-to-back strikeouts in a third of the day. Nods his head, gets into the wind, his 1-2 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Going to kick some dirt out in the landing spot. Also lick his fingers, looking for some grip both on the ball and on his landing. His 2-2. Schneider yanks the ball down the left field line. Fair ball, bouncing toward the corner. He'll round first, head into second with a double, his 7th of the year. And it's a runner in scoring position for the Blue Jays with 2 outs.
And that was the second hanging curveball from Aaron Nola today. JT Realmuto was set up on the outside part of the plate, and that spinning curveball came back over the middle. And Davis Schneider is so good at hitting that baseball down in the zone, and he drills it to the wall in left field.
So Isaiah Kiner-Falefa steps up now with a chance to knock in a run. 2 outs, Schneider on second, no score, top of the second, and the pitch. Called strike. A little bit of help there for Nola on a cutter that looked outside. 10 RBIs this year for IKF, a .260 average. The 0-1. Bounces it softly to short. Charging in, picked up by Sosa. Throws on the run and beats IKF by half a step to end the inning. A double for Schneider, but he's stranded. No runs for the Blue Jays. And it's a scoreless game, middle of the second inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? The fork and knifer, splatterer, condiment queen, or Big Dipper? This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You will have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the stadium. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the mustard maven or ketchup king, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss. Eric Swanson strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
There's just 4 days left to get your Jays Care 50-50 tickets for this jackpot. The take-home prize is over $125,000, and it could be yours this Sunday. Go to BlueJays.com/5050 to get your tickets right now from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Alec Bohm leads off for the Phillies, bottom of the second. He takes strike one from Chris Bassitt. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and it's a scoreless game in the bottom of the second at Citizens Bank Park, Blue Jays and Phillies. Bassitt's 0-1. Inside. Chris Bassitt working from the stretch right now, and he has at times flipped back and forth, even with nobody on, from the windup to the stretch.
Yeah, I think it's just a comfort thing. Some pitchers do that. I mean, when I was starting in the minor leagues, I would do that a lot. Just go straight from the stretch, even with nobody on.
Now he kind of winds on the 1-1, and it's popped up back of second. Kiermaier's going to come into right center field, shallow, and make a two-handed catch. One out.
I think the biggest thing with that is it just simplifies your delivery as opposed to stepping back, winding up, those types of things. When you're in the set position, it just really simplifies everything. And Chris Bassitt obviously thinks he can throw more strikes just from the stretch.
Bassitt after the out, turning around, pointing his defense in a certain direction as Brandon Marsh comes up to the plate. Left-handed hitting left fielder today. One out, nobody on. Bottom of the second. Scoreless game in the pitch. Sliced foul, 0-1.
What do you think of Chris Bassitt's camo glove?
I like it.
It's different, that's for sure.
Bassitt's had a pretty big hand in the military appreciation events around the Blue Jays over the last while. Cool look from him. 0-1. Swing and a miss at a slow curve at 71. 0-2.
And Phillies hitters seem to not be seeing that slow curveball very well. Brandon Marsh with way out in front on that one. And then in the previous inning, Bryce Harper with the awkward swing.
0-2. Missed outside with a splitter. Left-handed hitters, it's been well documented, have hit Bassitt pretty well this year and last year. He's retired Schwarber and Harper already, facing Marsh right now. And in two batters, Bryson Stott will come up, the four lefties for the Phillies. 1-2. Just inside. Bassitt was starting his stroll around the mound. That was a borderline pitch. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bassitt asking if that was high or inside. The answer is neither if you look at the pitch tracking, although it was really close.
Yeah, that was a good pitch from Chris Bassitt, but could have gone either way.
2-2. That one definitely misses high. A cutter upstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Marsh with long slicked hair, a long beard, and eye black, looks out at Chris Bassitt. No sunglasses for the Phillies left fielder. 3-2 pitch. Hit well to left center field. A dive, and Kiermaier makes the catch. Kind of somersaulted almost, reached down, and left his feet after making the catch. It's a nice play for the second out.
Yeah, I feel like at this point we're just being spoiled watching these guys play every single day. He tracks that baseball down, and it seems like an easy play to him, but that ball drops the majority of the time for most teams.
And he actually really didn't dive, which I think if anyone's going to make a play really on that in baseball, they're at least going to have to dive. 2-0 to Castellanos, or sorry, first pitch to Castellanos, called strike 1. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second, no score. Kiermaier has recorded both putouts so far this inning, fly out and a lineup. Jansen sets up way inside for the 0-1. It's left outside and hit foul down the right field line into the sea of hands. 0-2.
And to be a good outfielder, it's not so much the speed. There's a lot of fast outfielders out there that aren't very good outfielders. It's more so the jumps, how you see the ball off the bat. And all 3 of those guys see the ball off the bat very well. They get very good jumps, and they make plays like that look routine when, in theory, they shouldn't be.
0-2 pitch. And Bassitt shaking his head at that one called a ball. He missed his spot, but it looked like that changeup definitely hit the zone at the knees. And for a second time this inning, he gets some tough luck. It's now 1-2. The pitch. Breaking ball bounced foul.
Another tough swing on that slow breaking ball. Must be working today.
Using it to both lefties and right-handed hitters like Nick Castellanos. Sports a 199 average. Did come up with a double and an RBI yesterday in the first inning. Jansen way inside again. 1-2 is left over the plate but hit foul back into the seats. Jansen is getting way in there on his setups, almost losing him behind Nick Castellanos.
Well, I think for guys like Nick Castellanos, you have to get in there. You have to really get in on those hands.
Now they go up and away, and Castellanos strokes it down the right field line. Foul ball, a couple feet from potentially extra bases. Instead, it one hops over the retaining wall and into the seats.
Because like that cutter right there that was out over the plate, a little bit off the plate on the outside. He's a big guy. He likes to get those hands extended or those arms extended. So when you go inside, you have to really go inside. That's the most effective approach against Nick Castellanos.
Tall right fielder stands on just his toes on his left foot. 1-2. He'll take the splitter down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Chris Bassitt, you might be thinking about that 0-2 changeup that was called for a ball. That was 4 or 5 pitches ago. Looked like a strike, and he would have been out of the inning. Now he'll throw his 29th pitch of the day. Called strike 3. Now he gets a break on a sinker that looked outside, and Castellanos is very upset, leaning in and talking to Mike Machlinsky, but everything evens out as Bassitt gets the strikeout to end another 1-2-3 inning. No score through 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza Pizza's big hitter, Fixed Rate Pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Bo Bichette. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Saint-Jérôme and Saint-Eustache, Quebec. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Top of the third starts with a pitch to Kevin Kiermaier, who fouls it off. 0-1. 0-0 Blue Jays and Phillies. Aaron Nola, the starter today for the Phillies, has surrendered 2 hits, struck out 2, faced 1 over the minimum in each of the first 2 innings. Takes on the 9-hitter Kiermaier, who had a walk, a ground out, and a fly out yesterday. 0-1. Swing and a miss by the left-handed hitter. And the right-handed starter, Aaron Nola, is ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. On Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Nola into the winds. Pitch 33 of the day. A little bit high. Kiermaier lays off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. George Springer, Dalton Varsho scheduled to hit this inning as well. The 1-2. Off the end of the bat, foul into the seats left side.
And again, Aaron Nola doesn't have the greatest velocity on any of his pitches, really, but he does such a good job of pitching backwards and making good pitches, and he has command of all of his pitches.
Here's 1-2. Again, sliced foul to the left side, and again out of play. He is through and through a Philadelphia Philly. When it's all said and done for Nola, which is likely a long time from now, he could go down as one of the great Phillies. They have a long history, but he's been with them for a while. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kiermaier goes down. For Nola, he was a draft pick by the Phillies, 7th overall in 2014. He debuted in 2015, so this is his 10th season, all with the Phillies. And ahead of this year, they signed him to a 7-year, $172 million contract. That came in November. First pitch to George Springer, fouled off 0-1. 1 out, bases empty, no score, top of the third. They got the Nola deal done almost immediately after the Phillies were bounced by the Diamondbacks in Game 7 of the NLCS last year. And if Nola plays out the entire deal for the Phillies, he'll be 37 when it ends, and he would have spent 16 seasons with the Philadelphia Phillies. This one and 6 more. 0-1. Just outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
That is pretty cool to think, especially in today's baseball, in today's professional sports, where guys just hop around and try to get the biggest dollar amount that they can. Aaron Nola is a Philly, you're right.
1-1. Springer hits a sharp ground ball through the hole on the left side and rolling into the glove of Brandon Marsh in left field. Base hit for George Springer. Blue Jays have hits now in all 3 innings, but they do get a base runner here in the third for the first time with fewer than 2 outs.
Well, George Springer did a good job getting the barrel to that ball. It was a good sinker on the inside part of the plate, and George just pulls the hands through and finds that hole on the left side of the infield. Let's see if he can get something going on the base paths here.
5 stolen bases this year for George Springer. Dalton Varsho's up with 1 out. First pitch. Springer takes off. The pitch is low. Throw down to second. Not in time. Springer comes off the bag, but reestablishes before Sosa can apply a second tag. That one was close. Required a hook slide by Springer, but for now called safe with 6 stolen bases on the year.
That throw was on the money from JT Realmuto. George Springer got a good jump. I love when guys go first pitch. That's the best time to go, in my opinion. And it was close at second base, but I think George Springer snuck in there. His hand also came off the bag. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Looked like he just slid too hard over the bag. His left hand came off, but he got it back on. No challenge, and the 1-0 pitch now to Varsho is a called strike on the outside corner.
But how nice is it for Dalton Varsho, for the Blue Jays, to see a guy standing on second base now?
Now you get 2 shots at a single here to try and open up the scoring. 1-1. Outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Aaron Nola obviously important to the Phillies. Dalton Varsho has some history with the Phillies as well. His dad Gary played for the Phillies, was the bench coach for the Phillies in the 2000s, and at least a portion of the reason why he's called Dalton is because of Darren Dalton, the great Philly. Varsho will take a pitch outside, and now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Nola looking at Springer, kicks and fires. Just hits the outside edge for strike 2.
What a time to be a Philly fan. Early 90s, specifically 93. John Kruk, Darren Dalton, Lenny Dykstra, Wild Thing Mitch Williams. Remember that guy?
Well, I think I do.
From the VHS tapes, maybe.
Why, hard to miss Mitch Williams from a Blue Jays context. 3-2 pitch, cut on and miss, strike 3. Varsho talking to himself. He chased a pitch high and outside for the second out of the inning.
And that is a tough at-bat. With the guy standing on second base, less than 2 outs, you have to at least put the bat on the ball. Striking out is the last thing that you want to do right there as a hitter. And Dalton Varsho just whiffs at a good changeup from Aaron Nola.
So here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr., runner on second, 2 outs. Vlad with a single in the first. The pitch. And he smokes another ball to left. That's down for a base hit. Springer getting the way. Fielded by Marsh. Here comes the throw. It's late and cut off by Harper. George Springer scores to open up the game on Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s base hit. 1-0 Blue Jays.
And Vlad hit that ball so hard that they actually had a chance at George Springer at home plate. Brandon Marsh makes a good throw, and George has to slide head first into home. But Aaron Nola hangs another breaking ball, and Vlad just tattoos it into left field. Another beautiful swing from Vlad.
Hit his last one over 113 miles an hour, so he figured for this one he'd bump it up to 115 off the bat, which is just something that very few guys can do. I understand the groaning at times about talking about Guerrero exit velocities on ground balls, but on a base hit like that, you just don't see many guys consistently reach that mark. He's on first, 2 outs, 1-0 Blue Jays. Justin Turner up in the pitch. Called strike 1.
Well, the good thing about those last 2 at-bats from Vlad is those were just hanging sliders, and a lot of the time he would pull off and that front shoulder would fly open. But those 2 hits right there, he stays right on it and hits line drives.
Swing and a miss on the 0-1, and it's 0-2. Phillies love to score first, do it so often, but now for just the 4th time in the last 18 games, they have been scored on first. 1-0 Toronto. Nola's 0-2 is rolled over to third, fielded deep in the hole by Bohm. His throw to first in time to end the inning. 2 hits for the Blue Jays. Springer with a single, steals, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. knocks him in. Toronto takes a 1-0 lead, middle of the 3rd. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it up, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89. Or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it up, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Home plate is home plans. Score the run with Timbermart.ca. Find a major league selection of winning plays for house, garage, and backyard sheds. Visit Timbermart.ca and win the game with Canada's Building Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, and Tom Young, our technical director. First pitch of the bottom of the third misses outside. So Chris Bassitt behind Bryson Stott, 1-0. Here's the next offering, and it's popped up out of play, 1-1. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the third. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just knocked in George Springer a couple minutes ago to open up the scoring. Now Bassitt facing the fourth and final left-handed hitter in the Phillies lineup. The 1-1 is hit on the ground. Diving stop at first by Guerrero. It's a foul ball. He slid or dove kind of somewhere in between across the foul line and just touched it in foul territory. That might have been a fair ball on second look. It really looked like it bounced over the first base bag, but called foul by Jansen Visconti, so it's 1-2.
Yeah, Vlad was kind of dumbfounded over there at first base. He makes a good play knocking it down and kind of makes a wild throw to first base there.
It's kind of a tough play for the Blue Jays. I actually think it's probably the better result, but it did look like a fair ball. 1-2. Fouled off the mask of Jansen, who readjusts his cage. And appears to be just okay. Mike Machlinski is going to flip a ball out to Chris Bassitt. And Jansen remains in the crouch. Bassitt going to his right hip, dialing up the pitch comp. Jansen responds from his right knee. And the 1-2 again. High with a fastball. Bryson Stott, the regular second baseman for the Phillies, batting for the first time today, hitting .245 in his third major league season. 2-2. Just outside with the changeup, full count. Trey Turner on the injured list. Stott, who was a rookie shortstop but played second last year, actually moved back to short a couple days ago. 3-2. Just foul tipped out of the glove of a dejected Danny Jansen. The count remains full. For Stott, who was moved off of short when Trey Turner was brought in before the 2023 season, there were concerns, hey, how will it be adjusting back to short? And then in the first inning of the game on Monday against San Francisco, he dove into the middle of the field, flipped a ball to start a double play, and it worked out just all right. 3-2. Fouled back again.
Well, I think when you're just a good athlete, I feel like any position is kind of natural, especially for a guy like him.
And he was talking to the Philadelphia Inquirer. He said, you know, I've been a shortstop my whole life. Moving to second was a challenge. Going back to short is not much other than a longer throw. 3-2 for a third time. Fouled away. The left-handed hitter from Las Vegas is battling right now.
A lot of Las Vegas guys.
2 on this team, Bryson Stott and Bryce Harper. Bassitt's 10th pitch to Stott, inside, ball 4. First Phillies base runner today on a 10-pitch walk by Bryson Stott.
That was a good at-bat from Stott, fouling off a couple of good pitches, taking a couple of tough pitches. And then Bassitt loses him there with a fastball well off the plate inside.
Here's Edmundo Sosa making a second straight start at short. Reached twice yesterday. First pitch, inside, ball 1. 1-0 Blue Jays. A runner on first and nobody out in the bottom of the third. IKF creeped in a little bit, wary of a bunt from Sosa, who's hitting .281 in limited action this year. 1-0. Fouled off. Sosa almost slipped and fell over the plate there, regaining his balance and backpedaling after that foul ball. Bassitt in the set, glove just above his belt, kicks and delivers. Misses inside, 2-1. That was a much quicker delivery from Chris Bassitt. Mindful of the Phillies' stolen base leader, Bryson Stott, who has 8 standing on first base. The 2-1. Outside, ball 3.
Yeah, much like George Springer did in the last inning, where you steal, you start something, and then you get driven in by a base hit. The Phillies love to do that. Be aggressive on the base pass and then just a big hit.
Bottom of the order up right now. The 3-1 to the 8-hitter Sosa is outside, ball 4. So Bassitt walks number 7 and number 8 in the lineup. And with nobody out, 2 on, Johan Rojas will bat for the first time. Before that, the infield is going to converge on the mound. Danny Jansen talking with Chris Bassitt right now. And definitely a possibility here of a Rojas bunt going back to spring training. A story by Alex Coffey of the Philadelphia Inquirer in February had talked about the bunt work that they were doing in spring training. And one of the minor league managers was commented on it in the Philly system, saying it was something, and I'm paraphrasing, that Rojas did a lot in the past and got a lot of bunt hits on in the minors. This likely a bit more of a sacrifice, but he's a guy who can do it for sure. Rojas also only batting .210 to start the season. Corners in for the Blue Jays, middle back. First and second, no outs, and the pitch. He shows bunt, pulls it back, gets called strike 1.
It's actually difficult for a guy, or to ask a guy, to sacrifice when he's not used to sacrificing, when he hasn't even practiced it in months. So for the Phillies to do that in practice and in spring training, it's actually really, really smart.
0-1. Rojas shows bunt and puts it down. Middle of the diamond in front of the mound. Picked up by Bassitt. Good throw to first for the out. But it's a successful sacrifice. Almost a base hit for Rojas. And it's second and third now for the Phillies with 1 down.
Yeah, that ball kind of died just outside of that catcher's circle area. And Chris Bassitt picks it up with his bare hand and makes a good throw to Davis Schneider at first base. But John Schneider's out on the mound out on the field right now. I'm wondering what's going on.
That ball might have hit Rojas's bat twice. On the replay, it looks like he bunted it down and it bounced up and hit his bat again and went into the field. And if that's the case, he could be called out and the runners might have to move back. Umpires in a huddle right now discussing it. And pardon me, it's actually a foul ball, not that he's called out, because he was still in the box. But it looks like they're going to nullify the bunt, call it a foul ball on Rojas. The runners have already moved back to second and first.
Well, Rob Thompson is pleading his case right now. He wants the play to stand. He wants those guys to be on second and third. That was the whole idea of him calling that sacrifice there. But the Blue Jays happy with that call, sending the runners back to first and second. And now you have a guy hitting .210 with 2 strikes on him.
I feel like it's not impossible that he tries to bunt again.
Sure. I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's definitely not impossible.
You see it every once in a while. Like you mentioned, he's struggled at the plate this year to the .210 average, and they have the big bats coming up next. Corners remain in here. Vladdy on the infield grass with 2 on, nobody out, and an 0-2. Down and away. Looks like Rojas was looking to swing there as he held the bat above his shoulder and watched that pitch for ball 1.
But it's still a possibility now that he tries to sack bunt. You never know.
Stott on second, Sosa on first, both off walks. 1-2. Rojas lines above the center field, down for a base hit. Picked up by Kiermaier on a hop. That will hold Stott at third, but that actually comes back to bite the Blue Jays as Rojas has a hit to load the bases now with nobody out.
Well, looking back, the Blue Jays probably shouldn't have argued about that play. But that was actually a good pitch from Chris Bassitt, a fastball on the inside part of the plate. And Johan Rojas does a good job just filleting it out to center field. It actually got jammed. It was in on his hands. And he just drops it in front of Kevin Kiermaier in center field.
Now it gets very dangerous. 7, 8, 9 have all reached after Bassitt retired the first 6 batters he faced. First pitch to Kyle Schwarber is taken for strike 1. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the third. Toronto just took the lead. Third baseman IKF plays even with the baseline. Everyone else back. 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Perhaps with the lack of speed from Schwarber, the Blue Jays comfortable if they have a shot at trading 2 outs for a run.
Yeah, I would trade 2 outs for a run at this point in the ballgame, especially this early. But the Phillies are 10 for 30 this season with 2 grand slams with the bases loaded.
One of them came yesterday. Bryce Harper hit it. He's 2 batters away. Schwarber in 0-2 hole. And the pitch. Check swing on a pitch down and in, appeal down to third, no swing. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blue Jays struck out Schwarber 3 times yesterday. And if you were in the Blue Jays dugout, you would have said 4 times. He controversially reached on a hit by pitch where it looked like he might have swung.
And that's when John Schneider, maybe for other reasons as well, got tossed.
Danny Jansen's going to call time. Or ask for time. It's called, and he'll walk out to the mound and talk with Chris Bassitt.
And the Philly faithful doing what they do best.
Booing?
Boo for no reason.
Pretty packed house at Citizens Bank Park where the Blue Jays are up 1-0 for now with nobody out and the bases loaded. The 1-2 to Schwarber. Bounced it, blocked off the chest of Jansen. And Stott stays put at third, but Jansen immediately keeping one eye on Stott and one eye on the ball as that one hit off his stomach.
Yeah, that didn't even really go that far, but obviously Jansen knows that Stott's got some wheels. But with nobody out, I don't see Stott trying to sneak home on that play.
You already got Schwarber up now, Real Muto next, and Harper after that. The 2-2. Broken bat, fly ball, right field. Springer charging toward the line. Dives and he makes the catch in foul territory. Stott tagging, coming to the plate. The throw is late. It's a sacrifice fly in foul territory for Kyle Schwarber. A terrific play by George Springer, but it ties up the game, 1-1.
A terrific play indeed. He almost threw him out at home plate. He got up quickly and threw an absolute strike to home plate. What a play from George Springer.
By catching the ball, he did give the opportunity for the tag, but also I think the Blue Jays so desperate for outs right now in this inning. that they will take that trade. Bassitt had his hands in the air. He was appreciative of the catch out there. And if it's anyone but Stott or maybe Rojas, you have a shot. Before JT Realmuto comes up, Pete Walker on the mound talking to Chris Bassitt.
Well, I think the biggest part about that play is there's still runners on first and second. They didn't move up on the throw.
Still have an opportunity to try to get a ground ball, avoid seeing Harper this inning, and maybe keep the score tied right now. That's asking for a lot. But Bassitt has an opportunity to do it. The infield plays at double play depth now, shaded slightly to the pull. The second baseman Schneider up the middle. And the soul-patched catcher, JT Realmuto, steps into the box. Chokes up slightly on his bat, right on right pitch. Called strike one at the knees.
That was a tough pitch right there. JT Realmuto doesn't like that call, but that was a good changeup. Just clipped the bottom of that strike zone.
Gets Bassitt ahead 0-1 with one out, first and second, and a 1-1 score, bottom of the third. A look at the runner on second and the pitch. Fouled back. Bassitt ahead 0-2.
And now you have to be careful. You're ahead 0-2. Do not throw anything in the heart of the plate. If I was Chris Bassitt, I'm throwing something either elevated out of the zone or in the dirt.
Danny Jansen is 98th percentile in terms of blocks above average, according to StatCast. A really good blocker behind the plate. 0-2 fastball just outside. Tried to sneak the sinker over the outside edge of the plate, but it's ball one. Bassitt staring out into the distance beyond third. Goes to his right hip to make a call. And steps onto the rubber. Looking in at Jansen, brings his hands together and pitches. 1-2, bounce to second. Schneider flips to Bassitt for one. Over to first, not in time. Ball wasn't hit incredibly hard. Schneider had to run away from second and flip it almost backhanded back to Bassitt. And so the Blue Jays can't turn it there. They do get an out. Rojas is retired 4-6. Sosa, though, moves up to third, so it's runners on the corners after Realmuto's fielder's choice. Here comes Bryce Harper.
Yeah, and you have to be careful with Bryce Harper. Although Alec Bohm is coming up next. This is just a tough lineup.
Yeah, do you want the two-time MVP who's hit homers in 3 straight games, or the guy hitting .345 coming into today? That's what makes the best team in baseball. First pitch to Harper. Left-handed hitter checks his swing at a pitch high, ball one. Blue Jays shift as aggressively really as they can against Harper. Davis Schneider is playing way over toward first and deep in the hole at second base.
And you have to be extra careful now after falling behind 1-0.
The pitch. Check swing on another one high. No, he went around, says home plate umpire Mike Machlinski. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Harper doesn't like that call. It looked like he went around to me. Here's the replay. Yeah, he definitely went around. He doesn't like that call. Maybe he's just disappointed in himself for swinging at that pitch out of the zone.
It's kind of the same pitch that he held back on for the first ball. 1-1. Checks his swing again on a pitch inside. Didn't go around that time. 2-1. Harper hit a weak pop-up to first back in the first inning. Not the quality of contact you see from him very often. Barely got it out of the infield. Shade starting to cover the field overhead. With 2 outs and 2 on, the 2-1 to Harper, ripped at and missed. Went high and tight with a sinker. Velocity up to 94 on that one. 2-2.
I like that pitch selection there. Chris Bassitt missed his spot, but you could tell that Bryce Harper was clearly thinking something off speed. Kind of because he looked so silly on that off-speed pitch in his last at-bat.
2-2. Off-speed pitch, golf to right. Springer going back on the track near the wall, makes the catch and bounces off the fence to end the inning. The Phillies load the bases with nobody out, but get just 1 run out of it on 1 hit. They leave 2 on, and it's a 1-1 game after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 PGA Championship is coming, and you can hear all the action on PGA Championship Radio.
Scotty Scheffler just makes an eagle at the 8th.
All next week, we have coverage from Valhalla Golf Club with analysis, player interviews, and play-by-play coverage.
Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship.
Hear the 2024 PGA Championship on PGA Championship Radio, Channel 92 when you're in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
Nobody covers the National Football League like SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Mahomes fires it late for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
Get the latest news from OTAs to minicamps, all the way through training camps.
We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games.
Our panel of experts is getting you ready for the 2024 season.
The more I watch this guy, the more I like him.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new SiriusXM app.
Don't.
The fourth inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Top of the fourth inning, Blue Jays and Phillies. Phillies owning the best record in baseball. They've had so many great teams, and one of their players from one of those great teams threw out the first pitch today. Placido Polanco was on hand. Played with the Phillies in 2 stints, both in the early 2000s, and then on those great 2010, 2011 Phillies teams. Played a lot at third base. He's taken in the game. Blue Jays and Phillies tied at 1, top of the fourth. Danny Jansen leads off for Toronto. 2 hits yesterday for Jano. He's 0 for 1 today. The pitch. Called strike 1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We'll look at the out-of-town scores after Jansen hits. First, the 0-1. Hit in the air to center. Hangs up there for Rojas, who gets under it and makes the catch. 1 out. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. With 1 down, Bo Bichette about to come up. He's in the box, and here's the right-on-right pitch. Strike 1 at the knees. No AL East action yet, but a couple games underway on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Oh, 1 pitch low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Chris LaRue's Pittsburgh Pirates in a tight one right now. They are losing 5-4 to the Angels. Halos just put up a 3 spot in the 6th after Pittsburgh scored all 4 of its runs in the 5th. 1-1 to Bichette, called strike 1 and 2. O'Neal Cruz with 3 RBIs today. Knocked him in on a double. Connor Joe then knocked in Cruz.
I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that the Pittsburgh Pirates are now 17-20. They started out hot.
Oh, yeah. 1-2 pitch. Bichette bounces it to second. Picked up on the forehand side by Stott. Sidearm throw to first. 2 outs. Yeah, it's kind of back-to-back years that they've lit up the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard in the first 2-3 weeks. Haven't kept it going, but maybe the looming Paul Skeens promotion could do something to a Pirates team who's got some fun young players. Speaking of, here's Davis Schneider, who doubled back in the second inning. First pitch. Low ball 1.
You think that promotion is looming? Another LSU guy?
Feels like it. I mean, he's got like a .3 ERA in AAA. Throws 100. At some point, you got to get him up there, I think. Like, how much can AAA do for him anymore? 1-1 is hit foul by Schneider. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think at one point he was 18 Ks per 9, which is absurd.
Just ridiculous. I mean, that means 3 guys come up and you strike out 2 of them. Schneider taking an extra second after that ball was fouled off him. Mike Muchlinski, the home plate umpire, went over to talk to him. Schneider got that one off his back leg, actually, and staggered backwards for a second. But he's back in the box now with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. 2 outs, bases empty. 1-1 game, the pitch. High, ball 2.
Yeah, Schneider hitting that ball off his right calf. You don't really see that very often. I don't even know how he did that.
The 2-1. Schneider hits a ball high and deep to left. Hooking. If it's fair, it's gone. And that ball is just foul. Doesn't look like they'll take a look at it, but Davis Schneider barely missed a homer on a hanging curve.
Well, he loves that hanging curveball. He drilled one in his last at bat, and he gets another one there and misses a home run by about 5 feet.
Now the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the high fastball. It's a 1-2-3-4 for Aaron Nola, and he keeps it a 1-1 game, middle of the 4th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Sprinting back, Varsho curling at the track. He leaps, and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer today. Tom Young, our technical director. 1-1 game, bottom of the 4th inning. Alec Boehm, the third baseman, leads off for the Phillies. Chris Bassitt just misses low with a fastball to start the inning. 1 ball and no strikes.
And just to kind of put a pin in that Paul Skeens conversation, he is 0-0, which he probably hasn't pitched 5 innings yet. That's the reason there, but he has a .99 ERA.
1-0 is inside 2-0.
45 Ks and 27 and a third innings pitched in 7 starts.
I bet that ERA just went up too, because I thought I saw it recently a bit lower. I mean, if he gives up a run, his ERA skyrockets. The 2-0. Fouled back 2-1. Alec Boehm, a young player for Philadelphia, but really coming into his own in his age 27 season. hitting .346, 13 doubles this year, a triple and 4 homers for Bohm. Batting cleanup, here's the 2-1. And he hits it foul to the right.
What an absolutely gorgeous day in Philadelphia.
High 20s, 30 degrees.
29 degrees. I mean, just being in Philadelphia in general is pretty sweet.
2-2. Hit foul, still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And it's a great game. 1-1 ball game in the bottom of the 4th.
Blue Jays tacked on 1 in the top of the 3rd. Phillies responded in the bottom of the 3rd. Now 4-5-6 for Philadelphia here in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2 to Bohm. Foul tipped into the glove, strike 3. Second strikeout for Chris Bassitt today, and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
And that's the sinker right there that makes Chris Bassitt so great. He starts it off the plate, and it sinks back over the middle, and Bohm just swings right over it. If he can harness that and make more pitches like that over the next 3 innings, he'll be great today.
First pitch to Brandon Marsh is a curveball that misses inside, 1-0. 1 out and the base is empty. Bottom of the 4th inning. Marsh 0 for 1 with a line out to center back in the 2nd inning. 1-0. Curveball lifted to left center field. Kiermaier ranging over makes the catch. 2 outs. Quick work so far this inning for Bassitt, who now faces Nick Castellanos with 2 outs and the base is empty.
Well, I think the biggest thing for Chris Bassitt right now is just throwing strike 1. If he throws strike 1, he's so much better.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch to Castellanos, a sweeper that broke away from him, and it's 0-1.
And now he can expand the zone. He can throw to those 4 quadrants, which he's so good at. He can elevate that fastball. He can bounce that really slow breaking ball.
The 0-1. Fastball called outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And Chris Bassitt is very frustrated right now, saying that is not up. And I have to agree with him. That caught the corner of that strike zone. And he's also saying that ain't out.
Blue Jays dugout had some people barking over as well. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. High cutter. And a whiff there from Castellanos. It's 1-2. Nick Castellanos asks for time and takes a walk. The right fielder was a compensatory first-round pick of the Tigers back in 2010. Now in his 12th in the majors and 3rd with the Phillies. Time with Detroit. A brief stint with the Cubs in 2019, a deadline acquisition, then Cincinnati, and now Philadelphia. The 1-2. Off the handle, a roller to short. Picked up by Bassitt at his ankles. He throws to first and ends the inning. Another 1-2-3 for Chris Bassitt. 1-1 game through 4 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
Big NBA playoff game in New York tonight. Sirius XM NBA Radio. The play-by-play as the Indiana Pacers try to even their series with the New York Knicks. Plus a comprehensive look at all the other second-round matchups. NBA Radio, Sirius XM Channel 86, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here. Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance, insurance with a heart so big, it shows. 1-1 ball game. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa leads off the top of the fifth for the Blue Jays. Kevin Kiermaier and George Springer also due up this inning against Phillies starter Aaron Nola. Right on right, the first pitch. Called strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. IKF with a ground out to end the second. The 0-1. Called strike. 0-2. Might surprise some, but IKF, who has 10 RBIs this year, entered today leading the team in batting average with runners in scoring position, hitting .318 in those situations before today. 0-2. He strokes it to shallow left field. Marsh coming in, makes the catch chin high for the first out.
Well, I'm not surprised by that stat, just because when he comes to the plate, he has a plan, and a lot of the guys in this lineup don't really have a plan. They're just swinging wildly, and IKF slows the heart rate. He slows that game down, and he just tries to put the barrel on the baseball, and that's really all it takes to score a run with a guy on second base.
He did knock in the lone Blue Jays run yesterday. Wasn't a hit with a runner in scoring position, but a ground out that scored Danny Jansen. One out. Here's the left-handed hitting Kevin Kiermaier. The pitch. Down and in, ball one. Kiermaier collided with Dalton Varsho in the bottom of the first inning. Looked worse for wear, was down on his hands and knees for over a minute, but has remained in the game and looks okay right now. Here's the 1-0. He hits it sharply up the middle into center, a base hit. Third hit in 3 games, or 2 and change for Kiermaier since coming off the injured list. He's on first for the top of the order.
Yeah, that's got to feel good for Kevin Kiermaier, just using the big part of the field. Another hanging slider from Aaron Nola. He's made a few of those today, and he just drills it up the middle. Now he's on first base. I would love for him to be aggressive.
Blue Jays have stolen 1 base today. It was the guy who's hitting now, George Springer, taking a base back in the third and coming around to score. Kiermaier on first, Springer at the plate, and a throw over to first. Kiermaier back standing. Two stolen bases this season for Kevin Kiermaier. First pitch, slide step and a swing and a miss by Springer. 0-1.
No better pitch in baseball than the slide step changeup. You speed the hitter up and then you slow them down. They think a fastball is coming. And you sneak in that changeup just like Aaron Nola did right there.
Nola in the set, glove at his chest, peeks twice at Kiermaier and slide steps home. Springer fouls off a cutter on the outside edge. 0-2.
Kiermaier doesn't really seem like he's going to be aggressive out there. He doesn't really have that big of a lead at first base.
Nola stepping on the rubber. Tucking the ball into his glove, staring at Kiermaier over his left shoulder, delivers home, and Springer fouls off another pitch. All soft stuff in the mid-80s right now from Nola. Springer hooked that changeup on the ground, foul.
Another slide step changeup. Although Aaron Nola missed his spot there, that changeup kind of drifted over to the inside part of the plate, not where he wanted to throw that baseball. George Springer fouls it off.
0-2 again. Went to the fastball and yanked it down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner on first, 1 out, 1-1 game, top of the fifth. Blue Jays trying to split this 2-game set with baseball's best in the Philadelphia Phillies. Lost 10-1 yesterday, but tied right now. The 1-2. Springer takes high and outside.
There is a big hole on the right side of that infield. Bryce Harper's holding on Kiermaier at first base. And Bryson Stott is shaded almost up the middle behind Aaron Nola.
A lot of Springer's hits have gone to right field so far this year, although his hit in the third went to left. The 2-2. Check swing, and he went around, says home plate umpire Mike Machlinski. Pitch was down and away. Springer strikes out, the 6th K today for Aaron Nola.
Yeah, watching that replay, he clearly went around. George Springer didn't like that call. But he very clearly went around.
So 2 outs now. Kiermaier on first. Dalton Varsho at the plate. 16 RBIs for Varsho to lead the team. First pitch. Foul tipped into the glove of Real Muto. Strike 1. The left-handed hitter Varsho batting .231 after an 0-for-2 start to the day. Hunched over and slightly open in his stance. 0-1. Popped up. Foul behind the plate and into the stands. The St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Detroit leading Cleveland 4-2 right now. Austin Hedges with 2 RBIs on the Detroit side, or pardon me, on the Cleveland side. Colt Keith with 2 for Detroit. Brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 0-2 to Varsho, down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A flyout, a single by Kiermaier, and a strikeout this inning so far. With 2 down, a throw over to first. Kiermaier will dive back to the bag. Wonder if they get aggressive now. Worst case, you wipe this count away from Varsho and you send 2, 3, 4 up next inning.
I could see that happening right here, and the Phillies probably could too.
1-2. Varsho yanks it foul. Got good wood on that ball, but lined it too far wide of the right field line. And so it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Aaron Nola's clearly thinking about Kevin Kiermaier over there at first base. It was a slide step. He made a good hold. With 2 strikes, I'm just trying to get the hitter out.
1-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Foul tip by Varsho on a fastball. Nola with 7 strikeouts and 1 run allowed through 5 innings of work. Blue Jays strand Kevin Kiermaier the lone hit, and we'll go to the middle of the 5th in a 1-1 game with the Phillies. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the power. That is bold. And speed of the NTT IndyCar Series on SiriusXM.
Joseph Newgarden wins the Indy 500.
The season rolls on Saturday afternoon at 3 Eastern with the Sancio Grand Prix.
That was sweet.
Nice job, guys.
From the green to the checkers.
Flies under the twin checkers.
Hear every thrilling lap live on IndyCar Nation Channel 218, NBC Sports Audio Channel 85.
Alex Palou.
Thank you so much.
And on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM.
Let's go, man!
We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Goodyear 400 from Darlington Raceway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
in season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bottom of the fifth inning, 1-1 Blue Jays and Phillies. And Chris Bassitt starting the inning off with an off-speed pitch for a strike. 0-1, he's ahead of Bryson Stott. 7-8-9 for Bassitt to face this inning. Actually, the pocket of the order he got in trouble with back in the third, giving up his lone run. 0-1. Fouled back, 0-2. In that third inning, Stott walked, then Sosa walked, and Johan Rojas came up with a single to load the bases with nobody out. Just a sacrifice fly would be all the damage that Bassitt would allow, stranding a pair of runners to end the inning. 0-2 to Stott. Swing and a miss, strike three. Went with the high and away cutter, and he gets Stott for the first out. Let's take a look at the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Private Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Private Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Private will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. First, the pitch to Edmundo Sosa. Outside, ball one. Some news today on Jimmy Garcia. Technically not definitive, but John Schneider said probably good to go today. Said yes and then walked back that he hadn't thrown yet. Next pitch to Sosa lands in 1-1. But Garcia, who has been injured but not on the injured list with a back ailment, appears to be available for the Blue Jays today, and they might need him in this 1-1 game in the fifth. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2.
Yeah, if there was ever a game where you need Jimmy Garcia, this is the one. A game you pretty much need to win. And against one of the best offenses in baseball.
Bassitt crouching down on the back of the mound right now, trying to think about where he'll go with this 1-2 pitch to Edmundo Sosa. Now on the rubbers, steps to his left, kicks up his left knee and fires home. Swing and a miss on the slow curve. Strike three. Jansen applying the tag after that pitch bounced. And 2 outs quickly for Bassitt on a pair of strikeouts.
Chris Bassitt has hit another gear, and I think the biggest thing is just throwing strike one. Once he throws strike one, he can just go to work. Makes everything so much easier.
So 2 outs, nobody on. The 9-hitter Johan Rojas up. First pitch is outside, 1-0. Just to square off the injury report, also mentioned that Chad Green will hopefully throw off a mound later this week when the Blue Jays are home. Rojas, the batter right now for the Phillies, is the only Philly with a hit so far today. He shows bunt and bunts through a pitch for strike one. And that's a good segue to the madness that was his hit in his first at-bat. He sacrificed bunted Stott and Sosa over to second and third, but then upon the umpires conferencing, they realized that ball actually was bunted into the ground and back off of Sosa's bat again. It was a foul ball. And he stepped up and 2 pitches later delivered a single for the lone Phillies hit. 1-1 game, bottom of the fifth, 2 outs, nobody on in the 1-1 pitch. Here's a curveball inside.
Yeah, the lone Phillies hit. Not a good hit either. It was a good pitch on the inside part of the plate. Chris Bassitt has pretty much been in cruise control since he walked those 2 batters.
Here's the righties 2-1. Called strike, gets a favor there at the bottom of the zone. Looked like it was a little bit below that, and it's 2-2.
Well, I think in the last inning when Chris Bassitt gave him the death stare, he's scared now. Much Linsky.
Been a lot of back and forth. Bassitt going to take a walk now behind the mound as time is called. Rojas asked for it, the hitter. Now he's ready to go. Bassitt walking back up the hill, onto the rubber, nodding his head, deep breath. And the 2-2. Off the end of the bat, foul into the seats. Bassitt looked like he was upset with that location. It was on the outside edge, but they were looking to go up and away, it appeared, on that cutter, and went more down and away.
Yeah, Danny Jansen was set up above that strike zone, and it was actually a pretty good pitch from Chris Bassitt, just missed his spot.
It's 2-2 again. Trying to go back to the same spot, but he misses too far outside. Full count.
Yeah, yanked that one. Tried to do too much with it.
The dangerous Kyle Schwarber looms on deck. He's knocked in the one Phillies run today. 2 outs and a full count. Bases empty, bottom 5. 1-1 score, and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the sweeper. Chris Bassitt strikes out the side and sends us to the 6th. 1-1 game at Citizens Bank Park. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At the core, we are the same. Our games have grown differently, but here we celebrate our similarities. Join us for Cricket Night at the Park, presented by TD. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At the core, we are the same. Our games have grown differently, but here we celebrate our similarities. Join us for Cricket Night at the Park, presented by TD. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Runner going, throw down to second. They got him.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance, insurance with a heart so big it shows. Aaron Nola still on the rubber. The Phillies starter will begin the 6th with 76 pitches and just 1 run allowed so far. But he does have to face the middle of the order 3rd time through. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Justin Turner, and Danny Jansen will bat this inning for the Blue Jays in a 1-1 game. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left, Chris LaRue. Guerrero taps both front corners of the plate and stretches out before getting ready to go. Nola facing him now on the rubber. Into the wind, he reaches back and fires. Called strike with a fastball right down the middle.
Well, Vlad has absolutely demolished 2 straight hanging curveballs from Aaron Nola, so I can almost guarantee that he will not get that pitch this at-bat.
2 singles for Guerrero, scorched to left field. 0-1. Another fastball right on the outside edge for strike 2.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to elevate a fastball here. 2 good fastballs from Aaron Nola to start this at-bat.
Nola palming up the ball, rubbing his arms right now. Guerrero's going to ask for time. Steps out briefly, now back in the box. Blue Jays have 5 hits so far off Nola. Vladdy with 2 of them. The 0-2. Another fastball hit into the ground. It's a tough play for Bohm, charging in. Bare hands, throws to first, way late. An infield single for Guerrero. Running that swinging bunt out the whole way. He's now 3 for 3.
Yeah, Vlad will gladly take that base hit after scorching his first 2 at-bats. Just a little slow roller to third base, and he beats it out. You don't see Vlad run hard down the line that often, but he was scooting.
Now a 3-hit day for Guerrero. Justin Turner looking for his first hit of the game. Comes up with a runner on first and nobody out. First base runner for the Blue Jays with no outs today.
And that run on first base right now is pretty important.
1-1 game, top of the 6th. The 80th pitch of the day from Nola is taken by Turner for strike 1. Turner asking about it. That one looked a little bit off the plate outside. Now he'll look out with his blue sunglasses shining in the sun toward Aaron Nola. The 0-1. Grounded to third, picked up on the backhand by Bohm. Throw over to second for one. Back to first, not in time. Fielder's choice. Wasn't hit too hard and drew Bohm toward the line. They do get the lead runner, though. Turner replaces Guerrero at first, and there's one out after the fielder's choice.
Another good curveball from Aaron Nola. Justin Turner way out in front. He's probably lucky that that ground ball to third base was a weak one as he beats out the throw from Stott to first base.
So with one down now, Danny Jansen up. Turner on first in a 1-1 game, top 6. First pitch curve for strike one. Nola in the set, kicks and fires. And that pitch is roped to left field past the dive of Bohm and rolling into the left field corner. Turner to third. He'll stop there. Jansen headed into second. It's a stand-up double for Danny Jansen. It's his 7th double of the season already. And it's second and third for the Blue Jays with just one out.
Well, they tried to get that fastball in on him. That fastball kind of leaks back to the inner third. They tried to get it in on his hands, and Danny Jansen does a great job ripping that baseball down the third baseline. Now the Jays have something cooking. Second and third with less than 2 outs. Let's see if Bo Bichette can come through.
Bichette has fared well in runners in scoring position situations so far this year. 11 RBIs. Second and third with the infield back. And one out. Nola's going to step off the mound. Kevin Kiermaier draped over the top railing. Lots of Blue Jays in anticipation right now of Bo Bichette's at bat. First pitch. Hit foul to right. Out of play. 0-1.
And again, that's just not a pitch that when Bo is going right, that's not a pitch that he swings at. It was kind of a spinning slider up near his hands. Can't really do much with that pitch, but he just fouls it off.
Bichette is hitting .296 with runners in scoring position this season. 0-1 is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Overall in the year, Bichette is hitting in the 180s, so a very big tick up so far with runners close to scoring. 1-1. Bo hits a line drive, right field, base hit. Turner scores. Jansen around third, and they're going to hold him there. It is a 1-run single for Bo Bichette, and the Blue Jays take a 2-1 lead.
And that's not only a big hit for this Blue Jays team in this game, but that's a huge hit for Bo Bichette and his confidence. He strokes that baseball on a line over Bryce Harper at first base. A good fastball that was running back over the middle of the plate, and Bo Bichette so good at going the other way, just drills it to right field.
Harper was really the only guy playing in the Phillies infield, and it just got over his glove at first.
Yeah, if Harper's playing back there, it's right at his chest.
But Bichette will take it. 12 RBIs on the year now. First and third for the Blue Jays. Still just one out. And Davis Schneider steps up. 2-1 Toronto now in the top of the 6th. Nola approaching 90 pitches, although he's a guy that will go very deep into ball games. First pitch to Schneider. Swing and a line drive left field. Another base hit. It's down in front of March. Jansen jogs home. Bichette up to second, and the Blue Jays score 2 runs on 2 consecutive pitches. RBI single for Schneider makes it 3-1.
Well, Nola tried to sneak in that slide step changeup, but he left it up. And Davis Schneider doesn't miss it. Hits it on a line to left field. Good job keeping those hands back from Davis Schneider and just drills that baseball in the left field, scoring a run. 3-1 Blue Jays.
For Schneider, it's his 13th RBI of the year, 2nd hit of the day, and for the Blue Jays, their 4th hit this inning. That's prompted Rob Thompson and pitching coach Caleb Cotham to look toward the bullpen, where lefty Matt Strom is getting loose. JT Realmuto, meanwhile, out on the mound talking to Aaron Nola.
Did you hear that? The friends and family of Davis Schneider screaming.
What was, the game yesterday was a tough one. He did walk, but the Blue Jays got beat badly. Schneider didn't have a hit. He has more than made up for that today. A double, a near miss for a home run in the 4th inning, and then an RBI single here to extend the Blue Jays lead by a run. 3-1 Toronto, and we talked about it last time he was up. The Blue Jays top hitter average-wise with runners in scoring position, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, takes strike one. He's up with runners on first and second and 1 out.
And the Blue Jays now have 9 hits to the Phillies 1.
They'd love to extend this lead even further, though. 3-1 is not comfortable against a potent Phillies offense. 0-1 to IKF. Called strike 2. Really good sinker that started off the plate away and broke back over the outside edge. IKF 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Nola leaning over, now comes set. Peeks at second at Bassitt and fires. IKF hits it foul to the right side into the seats. Blue Jays third baseman today, back in the box, swinging his bat around left to right, now hoisted above his right shoulder. 0-2. Just outside, good take to make it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, he tried to sneak that good sinker in there again. It was just off the plate outside. So much movement on that thing. He's kind of gotten beat on just spinning curveballs today. He hasn't really gotten beat on that fastball yet.
1-2. Missed outside with a fastball again. Similar spot. IKF leaned over the plate but didn't offer. 2 balls, 2 strikes. First season with the Blue Jays for the utility player, primary third baseman. 2 seasons with the Yankees and a long stretch with Texas. 2-2. Foul back. Speaking of Texas, on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, Rangers and Athletics have a doubleheader today. And I'll be definitely looking at game 2. Jack Leiter is going to make his second major league start for Texas. Osvaldo Bido makes his season debut for the Athletics. Out of town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 2-2 pitch, hit in the air, down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. And that ball is just foul. And I mean just by maybe a seat's length or 2. IKF misses a 3-run homer.
Yeah, again, Aaron Nola hasn't really made any mistakes with that sinker, but he spins another curveball up there, and IKF was a little bit out in front of that baseball and missed a home run by about 4 feet. Maybe even less than that. Maybe inches.
The only consolation is that the ball ended up in a Blue Jays fan's hand in the left field corner.
That is a consolation.
Yep. Second near miss home run for the Blue Jays. That one even closer than Schneider's earlier. 2-2 again. Downstairs ball 3. IKF is putting up a serious fight right now with runners on first and second and 1 out. 8 pitches already in this plate appearance. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a pop-up, foul territory beyond first. Harper shields his eyes and makes the catch. 4 out, number 2. Doesn't end up moving any runners for IKF, although he has driven up the pitch count of Nola and ended his day at 96 pitches. Aaron Nola is going to come out of the game. Left-handed hitter Kevin Kiermaier about to bat. And Rob Thompson calls on the lefty reliever, Matt Strom. Before Strom gets on the mound, let's go over to baseball control. Here's our host today, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Welcome back inside Baseball Control, everyone. I'm Show Ali. Before we check that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, let's hear a piece of an interview from earlier this morning. J.D. Bunkus had Whit Merrifield on with him. Of course, Whit now at the Phillies. J.D. asking him what the conversations were like between him and the Jays back in the offseason.
I had interest in coming back to the Jays. I really liked my time in Toronto. I love their clubhouse. I love the guys. And there's a good team there. I mean, obviously they're not playing great right now, but I do think there's a good team there. Ross had expressed that they were going to be a big player in my free agency, and just didn't quite have those conversations that I was expecting to have, and never really worked out.
That is Whit Merrifield on the J.D. Bunkus podcast. You can catch the whole thing on the podcast feed wherever you find your favorite podcast, or, of course, on sportsnet.ca. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this afternoon. Blair and Barker have you covered. They'll take your calls on both TV and radio. The back leg line is open, 416-413-3959. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Stanley Cup playoff action round 2. 2 games on the schedule tonight. Bruins at Panthers game 2. That'll be at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. The all-Canadian matchup tonight as well. The Oilers in Vancouver to take on the Canucks, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific at Rogers Arena. Watch it on Sportsnet, Sportsnet 360, and the CBC as well. Listen to it on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver. Canucks Central will get you ready pregame, and they will have postgame coverage as well. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Top of the 6th inning, the Blue Jays have surged in front to a 3-1 lead. 4 hits this inning, and 2 runs for Toronto have knocked Aaron Nola out of the game. Matt Strahm, the long-haired lefty reliever, is going to come on to try and finish the inning with the Blue Jays left-handed hitting center fielder Kevin Kiermaier scheduled to hit. First and second for the Blue Jays. Davis Schneider on first and Bo Bichette on second. They delivered the 2 run-scoring hits this inning, and 2 outs. Strahm hunched over, looks at Bichette, and fires to Kiermaier, who hits a ground ball into left field, a base hit. Bichette getting the wave. Throw goes back into second by Marsh, and the run scores. RBI single, Kevin Kiermaier, 4-1 Blue Jays.
Well, Kevin Kiermaier with the good approach. You can tell that he had a plan coming up to the plate. That fastball was away, and he just dropped the barrel and hit a good line drive into left field. Bo Bichette comes around third base and scores an easy run for this Blue Jays team. But that's a tough AB for Kevin Kiermaier.
And Strahm is kind of a 3/4 guy, not full sidearm. He deals to George Springer, who fouls it back 0-1. And left on left, Kiermaier comes up with the hit. Now 2 hits today for the Blue Jays center fielder. George Springer, the right fielder, has 1 hit and a run scored. Stole a base today as well and has struck out twice. First and second, still 2 outs. 4-1 Blue Jays, top of the 6th. The 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Coming into today, Strahm has a 1.29 ERA, 22 strikeouts in 14 innings.
He has been really, really good in his second season with the Phillies and extended for a 3rd season before this year started. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
With these numbers, he should have waited.
Strahm sports a fastball, a slider. Will throw that fastball as a 4-seamer or a sinker, and also cuts it. Not overwhelming velocity, but an experienced guy with a good mix. Has moved around a lot in his long major league career. 1-2. Springer hits it off the handle, bouncing towards second, picked up by Stott. Only play is first, and he just beats Springer by a step to end the inning. Blue Jays, though, come up with 3 runs on 5 hits and take a 4-1 lead middle of the 6th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Move to 3 decades of undeniable rhythm from a salsa icon. Mark Anthony's Muévense Radio. Essential hits, timeless influences, and personal stories from a star known for conquering the big stage and the big screen. Mark Anthony's Muévense Radio. A limited run channel now on Channel 107 and in the SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Share the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Bottom of the 6th inning in Philadelphia. Chris Bassitt back on the mound and now pitching with a lead. The Blue Jays scoring 3 in the top half to jump in front 4-1. Top of the order, though, for Bassitt, third time through. His pitch to Kyle Schwarber is cut on and missed. Strike one.
And a lot like Chris Bassitt's last start against Kansas City when he threw 5 no-hit innings, he is on cruise control through 5 innings here against the Phillies.
0-1. Misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. That's Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. We're here in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Bassitt did start this inning with 87 pitches, and the Blue Jays have double barrel action going on in the pen as Bassitt drops a 68-mile-an-hour curve in for a strike to make it 1-2. Toronto has the lefty Tim Meza and the righty Zach Pop both warming up. It's Schwarber, Real Muto, and Harper this inning for the Phillies. Left, right, left. 1-2. Foul tipped into the glove. Strike 3. 6 Ks today now for Bassitt. He struck out 4 batters in a row after striking out the side in the 5th. And there's 1 out.
Yeah, that one right there. That was a kind of a front hip sinker. A really tough pitch for a lefty to hit. Starts at your right hip and then kind of sinks back over the plate. And Kyle Schwarber swings right underneath that sinker.
The pitch to JT Realmuto. Grounded to third. Picked up by IKF. A shuffle and throw to first. In time. 2 outs. Bassitt's thrown 5 pitches to get 2 outs. Here comes the toughest test in Bryce Harper, but so far it looks like Bassitt might be able to bridge the Blue Jays at least to the 7th.
Well, I think if he gets Bryce Harper quickly, he'll probably go back out for the 7th until he gets a guy on base. I would imagine that's how they're going to do it, especially since Chris Bassitt throws a ton of pitches.
Blue Jays did use 5 relievers yesterday as well, although off day on Monday and an off day tomorrow. But the bullpen has given up multiple runs in 7 straight games. Blue Jays up 4-1 right now, bottom of the 6th. And time called for as Bassitt was in his motion. And I think Mike Machlinski even apologizing actually to Bassitt on that late call. It looked like he was mouthing, you're right, as he walked out from behind the plate. Bassitt ready to go again. And now his first pitch to Harper. Low ball 1.
I wonder who Machlinski would rather get yelled at by, Chris Bassitt or Bryce Harper.
Oh, that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
And again, Bryce Harper looking silly on that very slow curveball that Chris Bassitt loves to throw. I wouldn't throw it again, though.
Jansen sets up high and away. The 1-1 is a curveball popped up behind the plate. Jansen take it off his mask, runs to the netting. It lands a few rows back on the third base side. 1-2.
I think Bryce Harper just missed that. He was a hair out in front of it. Well, I wouldn't throw it again, that's for sure.
Well, I don't think that was the desired location, a curveball that was at the top of the zone. But it worked out to get Bassitt ahead. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases empty. 4-1 Blue Jays bottom 6 and the pitch. Off the end of the bat, a roller to third. Backhanded by IKF. Freezes, gets up, throws to first, and ends the inning. 6 for Chris Bassitt. Just 1 run allowed, and he brings the Blue Jays to the 7th, leading 4-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Jose Barrios with a trio of strikeouts to end a scoreless sixth.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the seventh inning at Citizens Bank Park. Blue Jays up 4-1 on the Phillies. Dalton Varsho's going to lead off for Toronto with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Justin Turner hitting this inning against the new Phillies pitcher. Sir Anthony Dominguez will take over, trying to steer his season back in the right direction. Dominguez, making his 15th appearance, has an ERA above 8. Right-handed hurler faces the lefty swinger and Dalton Varsho to start the seventh, and the pitch. Outside, ball one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer today. Tom Young, our technical director. 1-0 to Varsho. Outside, ball two.
Yeah, Sir Anthony Dominguez is just getting hit around. He's given up 16 hits in just 12 and a third innings. Has an ERA of 8.03. Career ERA of 3.61. So this is definitely strange for him.
His 2-0. High and outside, 3-0, and he's missed arm side and arm side high on all three of his pitches so far to Dalton Varsho. Varsho's 0 for 3.
A guy with high velo, 98 to 101.
3-0 is at the top of the zone at 98, strike one.
And maybe that's part of his problem. He's fallen behind to Dalton Varsho. Maybe he's just falling behind too many hitters, and he has to come with a fat pitch right down the middle like he did there. I'm sure Dalton Varsho wants that pitch back.
3-0 is way up and away, ball four. Varsho never moves the bat on a 5-pitch walk. And he's a leadoff base runner for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's been a big key for the Blue Jays today. He is 3 for 3, knocked in Toronto's first run, and then had the first hit, albeit an infield single, last inning that started a 5-hit, 3-run rally for the Blue Jays. The pitch. Out of the glove of Real Muto. It was a fastball for a strike, but the pass ball will allow Varsho to advance to second. And I almost wonder if there was a cross-up there because Real Muto, a 2-time Gold Glover, just whiffed on a fastball.
Yeah, you don't see that very often from Real Muto. I don't know what he was doing. He was looking up after he threw that baseball back to Dominguez. Maybe he caught some glare off of something.
Blue Jays will take the free 90 feet, though. Varsho on second now with nobody out. 4-1 Toronto, top of the seventh. 0-1. Vlad checks his swing on a pitch outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's not rare to see Guerrero hit well against the Phillies. Came into today with a career .903 OPS against Philadelphia. It's on base plus slugging. 1-1. Popped up. Out of play, 1-2. And in Philadelphia, they might not love the Guerrero name in general. His dad, Vlad Guerrero, or Vlad Guerrero Sr., had a career .204 on base plus slugging and 31 home runs in his career against the Philadelphia Phillies. Both the best marks against any team in Vlad Sr.'s career. He did play the Phillies a lot when he was in the National League East as a member of the Montreal Expos. 1-2. Guerrero fouls it off to the right.
So you're telling me his career against the Phillies alone is an MVP season?
I mean, it's like Barry Bonds, maybe not 31 home runs in a season, but a 1204 OPS. I mean, that in any sample against any opponent is very impressive. Still no outs in Varsho on second. The 1-2 again. Vladdy pops it up behind the plate again, but finds the seats. A third foul ball sent out of play in a row. And Guerrero will now see a sixth pitch in this at-bat.
Well, he's been right on hanging off-speed pitches, both from Nola and Sir Anthony Dominguez. That slider right there just spun over the middle, and he just fouled it back, just missing it.
Dominican right-hander Dominguez trying to solve Guerrero. His 1-2 outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dominguez signed with the Phillies actually all the way back in 2011, was a minor league starter for a while, and then in 2018 they said, hey, try out the pen, and he advanced all the way to the majors that year as a reliever and has been in the bullpen barring injury ever since. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Vladdy to chase a sinker below the knees at 100, and the strikeout is the first out of the inning and the first time that Guerrero has been set down today.
And after throwing that 100-mile-an-hour sinker with good life, good downward action to it, you got to think, how does this guy have an 8 ERA? He's not walking a ton of guys. He only has 4 walks in 12 and a third innings.
Just a tough start to the year, maybe. I mean, he's had ERAs that start with 3 each of the last 2 years. His first pitch to Justin Turner stings the glove of Real Muto at 99 for strike 1. Mentioned the Montreal Expos a second ago. Their successors, if you want to call it that. The Washington Nationals play today on the St. Louis Bar and Grill Out of Town scoreboard, hosting the division leaders, the Baltimore Orioles. That game starts at 6:45. Next pitch to Turner is bounced foul, 0-2. The team that drafted Turner is the Orioles, who will play against them. Nationals actually shut out the Orioles yesterday. They're, as Blue Jays fans saw, playing fairly well right now. Above 500 for the first time in multiple seasons. That's our look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill Out of Town scoreboard. In Philadelphia, it's 4-1 Blue Jays. Dalton Varsho on second after a walk and a pass ball. Turner trying to drive him in, facing a no-ball, 2-strike count with 1 out. The pitch from Dominguez. Inside, ball 1. Slider kind of spun out of his hand and missed way off to the right. Turner hitless today, although he scored in the 6th inning after reaching on a fielder's choice. 1-2 is fouled off.
And that's one thing I am noticing about Sir Anthony Dominguez is that slider doesn't really move very much. It's almost a slower cutter. It doesn't have much action to it. Maybe that's part of the reason why he's struggled this season so much.
It's his only non-fastball. 1-2. Peter outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tough take by Turner on 99, just a couple inches off the plate. $16 RBIs for Turner, tied with Varsho for the team lead. 2-2 fastball again outside, full count.
Another very, very good take from Justin Turner. You could see Sir Anthony Dominguez squeezing his glove and taking a couple steps off the mound there in frustration. He wanted that call.
Varsho held on by Stott. The 3-2. Bounced up the middle. Stott ranges to the shortstop side of the bag. Bounces a slow throw that just beats Turner for the second out. Varsho up to third base now, but the Blue Jays will rely upon Jansen reaching base safely to drive in this run.
Such a good play from Stott up the middle. Didn't really try too hard. He made that play falling away, and then he makes the long hop. He knows that Justin Turner's running. He knows that he doesn't have much speed. He had a ton of time. A nice play right there from Stott.
He's falling back into left center field. Maybe some of his previous shortstop experience helping out Stott there. 2 outs. Dominguez about to throw his 20th pitch of the inning. Shade covering most of the field, and Danny Jansen's up. The pitch. High ball 1. Jansen really set everything in motion last inning with his double, putting the Blue Jays on second and third with only one out, and they'd come around to score 3 runs that inning, Jansen included. 1-0. Slices it to right field. Castellanos calling off Rojas, and the right fielder makes the catch off to his left to end the inning. Blue Jays get a runner on second with no outs after the walk, but they leave him there, and it will still be 4-1 Toronto at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays, and with all kinds of cool new games and activities in the exciting outfield district areas, there's no end to the family fun you'll have.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 7th in Philadelphia, the Blue Jays leading the Phillies 4-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris Bassitt pitches into the 7th, and before he starts, a pitch comm issue. So Danny Jansen is going to come out to the mound, and Bassitt wiggling around his pitch comm device, asking for a new one out of the Blue Jays dugout. Before he starts, though, we had mentioned this possibility. Wasn't sure if it was going to come through, but Bassitt with a quick 1-2-3 6th enters the 7th now with 96 pitches thrown.
Well, I just generally think that he'll go until somebody gets on base. Doesn't really matter how many pitches he throws. I mean, I'm assuming once he gets to 110-ish, that'll be it for him. But I'm sure John Schneider and Pete Walker will let him go until he gets a runner on base, and then they'll bring in somebody else.
Deepest he's gone in a game this year was 6 2/3 in the home opening series against Seattle, when he famously threw 115 pitches that day. Although that's actually the only time he's eclipsed 100 so far this year. Lots of 90s. And more than likely he gets to 100 today, unless he gets 3 outs on 3 pitches here.
Which, the way he's looking today, is possible.
Sure is.
But I wouldn't mind if Zach Pop comes into this ball game after Chris Bassitt. I know that Tim Meza has been generally that 7th inning guy, but I love Zach Pop's stuff, his demeanor. All he has to do is hit the bottom of the zone, and he's going to get some guys out.
We saw Meza, we saw Pop warming up earlier. Meanwhile, there have been a lot of pitch comms swapped out. I believe IKF swapped his pitch comm out as well. A handful of infielders don't get the side that allows you to call any pitches, but do get a speaker to hear which pitches are called. Now Bassitt is taking Vladdy's pitch comm device. Guerrero walked over and volunteered his. And Bassitt seems happy with the Guerrero pitch comm. Mike Machlinsky, the home plate umpire, was listening in as well to make sure it's making enough noise. And it looks like we're ready to go. Guerrero was offered another pitch comm, but declined it. He'll settle up at first base. And Alec Boehm is starting to head over to the plate. Zach Pop is getting loose right now for the Blue Jays, by the way. Tim Meza no longer. So
I like that.
Does appear like Pop would be the next to come in More lefties at the top of the order for the Phillies than near the bottom of the order as well. First pitch to Alec Bohm, a right-handed hitter. Misses outside. Finally, we start the bottom of the 7th. 4-1 Blue Jays. A 3-run 6th has put them in front. 1-0. Bounced softly up the middle. Picked up by the shortstop, Bassitt. He'll whiz it over to first. 1 out.
And just like that, 2 pitches, 1 out. You're getting your wish.
Although he's guaranteed to hit 100 now. Unless Nick Castellanos protests and takes 3 pitch clock violation strikes in a row, which I'd appreciate, but feels unlikely. On the Phillies side, reliever getting loose as well. Orion Kerkering is up right now for Philadelphia. Poised potentially to pitch the 8th inning, but right now in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch to Brandon Marsh. Grabs the outside edge with a cutter. Strike 1. Marsh with a line out and a fly out today, 0 for 2. The 0-1. High and away from the left-handed hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Marsh bouncing around, twitching in the box. The 1-1. Grounded up the middle and past Schneider into center field. Second baseman was too far away from that one to make a play. It's a single for Brandon Marsh, and it could spell the end of the day for Chris Bassitt, although it was a weakly hit ball for just the second Phillies hit.
At 101 pitches, I am unsure whether he's coming out of this ballgame. I don't think he is, but
it's also a possibility you have a right-handed hitter in Castellanos who he struck out and got a ground ball out of. Maybe he gets him and not the lefty. Bryson Stott on deck. We'll see. Here's the pitch to Castellanos, and it's hit well to left field. Going back, Varsho turns, and it's off the top of the wall. Fielded on a hop. Marsh stopping at third. The throw goes into second, and Castellanos just slides in ahead of it. A big double there for Nick Castellanos, and the Phillies are threatening now. Second and third, only 1 out. 4-1 Blue Jays, bottom of the 7th.
And if Dalton Varsho makes a good throw to second base, Nick Castellanos is out by 2 or 3 steps, sliding into second base. He had no business trying to sneak that double in there. Nice play from Dalton Varsho off the wall, but he makes a throw about 5 feet to the left of second base. And Nick Castellanos slides in safely.
So Bassitt with a strong day so far, but leaves a couple runners on base as he exits the field. Zach Pop about to come on for Toronto. With that, let's go over to baseball control and today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, one more reminder that we do have J-Stock this afternoon. Blair and Barker have you covered. They will be on both TV and radio after the game. If you want to leave them a message, Jeff and Kevin will take them via the back leg line today. 416-413-3959 is where you can reach them. You'll hear Barker's voice reminding you to leave your name and location as well. Or also name and location. You can send them a text at 590-590. Again, please, name and location. All right, let's check that out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. A quick Blue Jays scheduling note. They'll be taking on the Detroit Tigers at Comerica Park for a 4-gamer at the end of May. The series finale is Sunday, May 26th. Tigers PR saying earlier today, first pitch of that game has now been changed to 11:35 a.m. Eastern, 8:35 a.m. Pacific. So just note that on your calendars, especially for those of you planning to make the drive south of the border. Let's check out the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. Round 2 in full swing. 2 games on the schedule tonight. Bruins at Panthers game 2. Boston leads the series 1-0 after smoking Florida in game 1 on Monday. Puck drop goes 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific later tonight. You can watch it on Sportsnet and the CBC. Oilers Canucks gets going as well tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. That'll be at Rogers Arena. Watch it on Sportsnet and the CBC, Sportsnet 360 as well. Listen to it, of course, on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver. Canucks Central will get you ready pregame, and they'll have postgame coverage as well. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Bottom of the 7th inning, second and third for the Phillies. 4-1 score in favor of the Blue Jays. And the first arm out of the Blue Jays bullpen today is Canada's own Zach Pop, who shields his left ear from the noise of Bryson Stott's walk-up song before getting into the stretch. Infield back for the Blue Jays. They'll trade a run for an out here. First pitch to the left-handed hitting Stott is hit to center field, backing up Kiermaier, camped under it, tagging at third Brandon Marsh. Kiermaier makes the catch. Marsh advances home, and the throw goes into third where Castellanos slides in safely. Sacrifice fly, but an out recorded on one pitch by Zach Pop. The sac fly brings in Marsh off the bat of Stott to make it 4-2 for the Blue Jays over the Phillies.
Yeah, good job from Castellanos tagging and taking the extra bag. Kiermaier with a good throw to third base, but he was deep in center field. No real chance of getting Castellanos at third base.
So that second run to come in for the Phillies today does go against Chris Bassitt. And he still owns the runner on third, and Castellanos, who doubled to knock Bassitt out of the game. Pop, though, trying to limit it at just that. Cody Clemens is going to pinch hit here for Edmundo Sosa. First pitch from Pop, in there at 97, 0-1. Clemens with a homer and a triple yesterday, 4 RBIs out of the Phillies' 10 runs.
And we saw Jose Barrios yesterday be very careful with Clemens, throwing him, I think, 6 off-speed pitches in a row.
0-1. Pop goes back-to-back fastballs, misses low this time. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But, of course, Jose Barrios and Zach Pop have different fastballs. Zach Pop with the upper 90s sinker. Jose Barrios with the 92 to 95 mile-an-hour sinker. Very different.
Pop's 1-1. Foul tipped into the glove. 1-2. Clemens is a left-handed hitter. He replaces a right-handed hitter in Sosa. But Zach Pop's stuff actually works pretty well against lefties because that sinker runs away from them. Clemens with an open stance, pant legs hiked up to the knee. With 2 outs, the 1-2. Popped up into the seats behind home plate. Clemens, the son of Roger Clemens, was born just before Roger spent his years in Toronto. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the back foot slider. That's a strikeout for Pop to end the inning. 1 run for the Phillies on 2 hits, but Pop comes in and does the job, getting 2 quick outs and keeps Toronto in front. 4-2, headed to the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey everybody, I'm former IndyCar driver James Hinchcliffe.
And I'm Indy 500 winner and current IndyCar driver Alexander Rossi. And we're the hosts of Off Track with Hinch and Rossi.
Look guys, it's May, which means the biggest race of the year, the Indianapolis 500, is almost here. So make sure you join us every Monday and Thursday throughout the month as we bring you all the content you could ever want to prepare you for the most exciting day in racing.
So download Off Track now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Golf in 2024 has been dominated by one man.
Scotty Scheffler is the Masters champion.
The season's second major championship has the world's best players trying to win the Wanamaker Trophy.
Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship.
And you can hear all the action on SiriusXM. PGA Championship Radio returns next week with play-by-play from Valhalla Golf Club, starting next Thursday on Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning, Blue Jays in Philadelphia holding on to a 4-2 lead. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer today. Tom Young, our technical director. Stick around after the game. Jays Talk with Blair and Barker will follow our broadcast. Orion Kerkering in the game, the right-handed reliever for the Phillies, starts Bo Bichette off with strike one. Bassitt 1 for 3 today with an RBI single and a run score. 0-1. He lifts it to right field. Castellanos comes in, stops, backs up, makes the catch. 1 out. Some defensive changes for the Phillies. They brought in Cody Clemens to pinch hit for Edmundo Sosa, the original shortstop for Philadelphia, to end last inning. So Bryson Stott now has moved from second to short, and Cody Clemens takes over at second base. 1 out, and the right-hander Kerkering deals to Davis Schneider, who swings and misses at 97 at the top of the zone. 0-1. Kerkering in his 8th appearance of the year, an ERA just above 1. 0-1 pitch, called strike, 0-2.
Yeah, he's got some nasty stuff. Upper 90s fastball, flips in that slurvy slider, like that last one to Davis Schneider.
They call it a sweeper. He throws it 2/3 of the time, and he just threw it again, but bounced it in the lefty batter's box. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I don't know why, but I have a hard time saying sweeper. It just wasn't around when I played, so I just don't say it.
1-2. Another sweeper down and away. You know, times are changing. They used to go all two-seam fastballs. No one said sinker.
I found
very few.
I sound like a grouchy old man right now, refusing to change.
Kerkering's 2-2. Fastball upstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Schneider asks for time. Kerkering, a 5th-round pick of the Phillies in 2022 out of South Florida.
Fast-tracked him.
Yeah, he was the first guy from that 22 5th round to make the majors. 3-2 pitch is lifted down the right field line, slicing into the seats. Still only one other guy has actually made the majors from that 2022 5th round, Victor Scott, an outfielder for the Cardinals. Kerkering also became the first Philly since Aaron Nola to get his debut the following year after being drafted. Nola picked in 14, debuted in 15. Kerkering picked in 22, debuted last year. His 3-2 misses down and away to Davis Schneider. That's a 1-out walk for Schneider, who in front of the friends and family reaches for the 3rd time today.
Kerkering, another guy. How does he drop to the 5th round and stuff like that? 96 and 98 with the fastball, that slurve, the sweeper that he has. He must have figured something out when he got to the Phillies organization.
And quickly, he misses inside to IKF to start that plate appearance. Runner on first, 1 out, 4-2 Blue Jays over Phillies, top of the 8th. Kerkering peers over his left shoulder at the runner and delivers. IKF grounds it foul, 1-1. Catch every second of the action in the newly renovated lower bowl at Rogers Center. Seats in the 100 level corners are set toward the infield, taking some of the best seats in the house with views of every pitch. Visit BlueJays.com/ticket packs and get yours today. The 1-1. Hit off the end of the bat, through the hole on the right side. Schneider was off on the pitch. He'll round second and head to third. A hit and run worked to perfection. That pitch was way outside, and IKF nearly fell over, desperately trying to make contact. For IKF, it's his first hit of the day, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners, 1 out.
And that was about as good as it gets when it comes to hitting and running. IKF so good at putting the bat on the baseball, just flips the bat out and hits that hole on the right side. Bryce Harper was holding on Davis Schneider, and Davis Schneider taking off. That was perfection right now. Sorry, right there.
Yeah, that's tough from IKF. He has to swing on a hit and run, and he pulls it off for a hit. Here's Kiermaier, who's 2 for 3, takes the first pitch for a called strike. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue here in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. 4-2 Blue Jays over Phillies. 1st and 3rd for Toronto with 1 out. Corners in, infield in the middle at double play depth. They're actually creeping a little bit closer now. Throw over to first. IKF back in with a dive, and maybe they're all in weary of the fact that doubling up Kevin Kiermaier is a pretty tough proposition.
Yeah, and they're not willing to give up another run at this point in the ballgame. Top of the 8th, already down by 2, with perhaps Jimmy Garcia coming into this ballgame. it'll be tough to score 3 runs.
Right on left, 0-1. Hits the outside edge for strike 2. Pretty tough there from Kerkering. He goes the absolute inside edge and the absolute outside edge with back-to-back sweepers.
Kiermaier not in love with that call, but that was clearly a strike on the outside corner.
Schneider on third with decent speed. IKF with a lot of speed on first. 0-2. Inside, ball 1. IKF with a healthy leadoff first. Held on by Harper. 1-2 pitch is off the handle, looping to right, and just over the head of the second baseman, Clemens. Everyone is safe. Schneider in to score on a bloop RBI single by Kevin Kiermaier that barely made it off the dirt. It's 5-2 Blue Jays.
Well, I actually don't think that ball got off the dirt. I want to see the replay there.
It didn't on the fly. It bounced into the outfield.
No. Yeah. But I want to see the replay. I think that ball actually bounced on the dirt. Yeah, it did. Over the second baseman. You rarely see those. But Kevin Kiermaier gets sawed off and just fillets it over the second baseman, and the Blue Jays score a big 5th run.
So 5-2, 1 out, first and second, and George Springer swings through a sweeper. 0-1.
How many times have you seen a hit like that? Not often.
Not often. Really not often. There's actually one hit specifically that it does bring to mind for me. First, the 0-1 to Springer. Swing and a miss, strike 2. If you go back to that famous 7th inning 2015 ALDS, right before the Jose Bautista bat flip home run, the Blue Jays tie the game on a Josh Donaldson bloop single, almost identical to that. Rougned Odor backing up. It just drops in over his head. But that one probably hit a little further even than Kiermaier's. 0-2 pitch. Springer hits to shallow left center. The shortstop Stott going out there makes the catch. Runners hold at first and second, and there are now 2 outs.
And if everybody was shocked at that hit, I think Kevin Kiermaier was the most shocked. He had both hands up in the air while he was running to first base.
And then he realized Stott had it basically at second, and he started sprinting to first and made it there in time. Stott never threw. Kiermaier's hit the 12th for the Blue Jays today. They've scored 5 runs, lead the Phillies 5-2. First and second, 2 down, and the pitch to Dalton Varsho. Called strike 1. Friday, May 17th is a celebration of the Hound on the Mound. Join the Blue Jays for Country Night and be one of the first 15,000 fans who could walk away with a Chris Bassitt Hound on the Mound bobblehead. Head over to bluejays.com/bobbleheads to get your tickets. 0-1 sliced foul. And it's 0-2. Varsho against Kerkering. Bassitt masterful today, in line for the win. Pitched into the 7th, gave up 2 earned runs, and one of them after he came off the mound. Two outs in the 0-2. Varsho takes it high and away. Tim Meza loosening up for the Blue Jays. You have the 9-hitter Johan Rojas leading off for Philly, and a couple tough lefties that could bat after that.
And I guess that tells us that Jimmy Garcia is not quite ready.
Dalton Varsho fouls off a 1-2 breaking ball to stay alive. Does seem that way. 1-2 again. Inside, nearly hit Varsho in the abdomen. He backs out of the way, 2-2. Varsho hitless today, although he walked back in the 7th. Next pitch, ripped at and missed, strike 3. Blue Jays add on a run. 2 hits for Toronto, including the RBI bloop single by Kevin Kiermaier. 5-2 Blue Jays, middle of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? The fork and knifer, splatterer, condiment queen, or Big Dipper? This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You will have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the stadium. Then show the world you're a Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the mustard maven or ketchup king, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Jordan Romano, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by Authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Zach Pop back out on the mound for the Blue Jays, who lead 5-2, bottom of the eighth. Pinch hitter for Philadelphia is the former Blue Jay Whit Merrifield. Pop starts him out with strike one. Right on right, the 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And I do like this move from the Blue Jays. We saw Tim Meza getting loose in that Toronto bullpen. But I think Zach Pop is just made for these situations. I know that he's struggled in the past a little bit, but he's got the big fastball, the good slider.
1-1 is a fastball rolled to third. Tough play, IKF. Throws on the run to first. Got him. The speed of Whit Merrifield and how slowly that ball was hit made it a tough one, but a really nice play from the 2020 Gold Glover.
Yeah, nice play from IKF coming in on that baseball. I think it actually took a little skip to the right there, and he had to reach back into foul territory and make that play, but a nice throw right to the chest of Vlad at first base.
Now with the left-handed hitter Kyle Schwarber coming up, Tim Meza will be brought into this game. 5-2 Blue Jays, 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the eighth. Let's go over to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, a reminder that Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker are standing by for Jays Talk. They're just downstairs, as they will be on both TV and radio. If you want to leave Jeff and Kevin a message, you can do it right now via the back leg line, 416-413-3959, or you can send them a text at 590-590. Name and location in both cases, please. If you call in, you'll hear Barker's dulcet tones reminding you to leave your name and location. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's check the NBA. Round 2 of the playoffs fully underway. Last night, we got wins from the Celtics and the Thunder. Both teams now leading their second-round series 1-0. Just one game on the schedule tonight. Pascal Siakam and the Pacers, they are still in New York to take on Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, and the Knicks. New York is up 1-0 in that series, though they will be without Mitchell Robinson. The center is out for 6 to 8 weeks with a stress injury to his left ankle, which effectively rules him out for the rest of the playoffs. Knicks already without Julius Randle and Bojan Bogdanovic for the playoffs as well. In the Stanley Cup playoffs as well, 2 games on the schedule this evening. Bruins at Panthers game 2, puck drop at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. And Oilers Canucks game 1, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on Rogers Arena. You can watch it on Sportsnet, Sportsnet 360, and the CBC. You can listen to it, of course, on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver. Canucks Central will get you ready both before and after the hockey game. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rest Protection. Let's get you back to our ball game. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue on the call.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's the 19th appearance of the season for Tim Mayza. He pitches on back-to-back days, and today is tasked with maintaining this Blue Jays 5-2 lead. One out, bases empty in the bottom of the 8th, and Mayza coming in specifically because Kyle Schwarber, the left-handed hitter, bats now. 2 batters from now will be Bryce Harper if the inning continues to that point. Both Schwarber and Harper 1 for 6 against Mayza career. Left on left to Schwarber. First pitch is outside, ball 1.
Well, last night when Tim Mayza came in this ball game, he gave up 3 hits and 2 earned runs in just 2/3 of an inning.
It's been a struggle to start the year for Mayza, whose ERA is above 7. 1-0 fastball lands on the outside corner, strike 1. Mayza cupping his right ear to hear the pitch come amid the noise of Citizens Bank Park. 1-1. Top of the zone strike with the heater. Schwarber doesn't like it, spinning around in disgust, but that one hit the zone, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that wasn't a good pitch from Tim Mayza, but that was certainly a strike. Probably a good pitch that Kyle Schwarber can hit.
Yeah, maybe he was frustrated he didn't swing. Regardless, Mayza ahead. Hasn't gone to the slider yet. 1-2. Slider left up, popped up by Schwarber, back of second. Kiermaier sprinting in from center field into shallow right center, makes the catch, and there are 2 outs.
I think Tim Mayza got lucky there. He got away with one. That was just a spinning slider up around the belt, middle, and Kyle Schwarber normally does damage with that pitch, but he just gets underneath it and hits a weak fly ball to Kevin Kiermaier in center field. You can see that he's frustrated with himself walking back to that Phillies dugout.
Schwarber, although he had a sacrifice fly today with just 1 hit in the series, mini 2-game set that wraps up today. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. 5-2 Blue Jays over Phillies. JT Realmuto up. First pitch is a liner to right field. Springer on the run. It's past him and bouncing up into the wall. Realmuto around first. He heads to second with a 2-out double.
And that's why that Toronto run in the top of this inning was so big, because Bryce Harper is coming to the plate now, and he has so much pop, and there's that short porch in right field here at Citizens Bank. But the Blue Jays up 3 runs.
Harper with a home run in each of his last 3 games. A surprising 0 for 3 today, has only once gotten the ball out of the infield. Runner on second, 2 outs, 5-2 Blue Jays, and the left on left pitch. Outside, ball 1. Mentioned it off the top of the inning, or the pitching change at least. Harper 1 for 6 with 2 strikeouts and a walk against Tim Mayza career. The closer, Jordan Romano, getting loose in case they need him early in the 8th. 1-0. High, ball 2. Harper's driven in 28 this year on 14 extra base hits. 2-0. Downstairs, ball 3.
And I would imagine that this is Tim Mayza's last batter, no matter what happens with Jordan Romano getting loose in that bullpen.
Would seem like it, as Romano discusses with Coach Jeff Ware. 3-0. Called strike. Looked like Harper might have been taking all the way there on the fastball that landed on the outside edge. Fly out of Schwarber, and then a double given up to Realmuto in Mayza's appearance. 2 outs and a runner on second. Bottom of the 8th. The 3-1. Called strike 2. Just found the upper and inner corner of the zone to keep this at-bat alive for Mayza. It's a full count.
Yeah, that was a strike, but Bryce Harper not used to getting those calls, I'm sure.
Alec Boehm waiting on deck, hoping Harper could keep the inning going. Full count and 2 outs. No force behind Realmuto, so he's not guaranteed to be running on the pitch. (3-2). Harper hits a weak ground ball to second. Picked up by Schneider. He throws over to first. And around the double, Tim Mesa does the job, getting out Schwarber and Harper, the two lefties, and keeping the Blue Jays on top 5-2. We go to the ninth in Philadelphia. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey everyone, it's your friend John Mayer here. Genres aren't rock or pop or hip-hop. They're real genres of life. They're like Mondays, dinner with family, songs I remember from junior high. And that's what you're going to get on Life with John Mayer. It's my music, it's everyone else's music. It's singing in the shower and a quiet night at home. Come along with me as I play music that fits the moments of your life as they happen. On now, Channel 14, and on the SiriusXM app.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it off, drives in, and throws it down with two hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
After injuries caused Brooks Koepka to wonder whether he could ever be healthy enough to win another major, that question was answered at the 2023 PGA Championship.
Koepka taps in for par. Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship. Impressive performance.
His fifth major title came in a two-shot win over Victor Hovland. Listen to the 106th PGA Championship beginning May 13th on SiriusXM Channel 92 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, our technical director, and Blair and Barker will have Blue Jays talk after the game. Top of the ninth inning, Blue Jays have a 5-2 lead over baseball's best, the Philadelphia Phillies. Fifth pitcher today for Philadelphia will take over here in the ninth, making his season debut. Jose Ruiz, the right-hander, faces Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Justin Turner, and Danny Jansen. First pitch to Vladdy, called strike one. Guerrero 3 for 4 today with 3 singles and an RBI. Oh, 1. Called strike 2. With the pitching change, also a defensive change. Whit Merrifield pinch hit for the center fielder Johan Rojas last inning. He slides into left field, and the left fielder Brandon Marsh moves over to center. Marsh got the start in center field yesterday. 0-2. Spiked by Ruiz off the right shoulder of Real Muto and into the netting. Interesting, JT Realmuto using actual signs in between his legs there rather than the pitch call.
Yeah, we saw that, I believe, yesterday.
I don't know why a team would do it unless a guy really just hadn't used it much and wasn't comfortable with it. 1-2. Guerrero fouls off a fastball. Big swing on that heater left over the middle of the plate.
Well, this is Ruiz's only his second game in the big leagues this season, so maybe that's why. Do they use PitchCom in AAA?
I don't believe so.
Maybe that's why then.
1-2. Outside with the breaking ball. Ruiz made his season debut on May 4th, pitching now for the second time on May 8th. 2-2 to Vlad. Pounds it into the ground. A one-hopper to third. Fielded chest high by Bohm. Throws across the diamond. 1 out. Ruiz was added to the roster when Junior Marte hit the 15-day IL on May 3rd with right shoulder inflammation. And he's a right-hander who throws a curveball, a high 90s fastball, sinker as well, and a changeup.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. 213 career games. This isn't only his second big league game.
First pitch to Justin Turner, cut on and miss, strike 1. He was actually originally a Padres signing in 2011 out of Venezuela as a catcher, flipped sides to being a pitcher in 2016. Misses high and outside to Turner, 1-0. Has pitched for the Padres, the White Sox for a long time, and then last year briefly the Diamondbacks. 1-1. High to Turner, 2 balls and 1 strike. Blue Jays with 5 runs on 12 hits today. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Chase the high fastball, 2-2. It's a rare day for Toronto where they've gotten the offense going and they haven't relied upon Turner to drive everything. He's 0 for 4. 2-2. Reaches out and spoils a fastball away into the seats.
Yeah, Vlad 3 for 5. Davis Schneider 2 for 3.
Got a big double from Jansen. RBI hits from Bassitt, Schneider, Kevin Kiermaier, who's 3 for 4. 2-2 is yanked down and away, full count.
And Kevin Kiermaier is now hitting .224. I know that doesn't sound like much, but that's a big jump from what he started at.
It was 190 when the day started. That's small sample baseball for you, too. 3-2. Turner gives it a ride down the left field line. It hooks into the seats. That was a hanging curve there from Ruiz, and Turner had timed it up just a little bit better. That's extra bases. 1 out, base is empty. 5-2 Blue Jays, top of 9. The pitch. And Turner fouls off another.
I feel like there's nothing better than Justin Turner playing in a day game. He's got those iconic shades on, something he wears all the time during day games. It's just cool. It just looks cool with the jersey wide open, the wide neck. He cuts his neck out.
3-2 fastball off the fist, line to first, or pardon me, third, and caught by Bohm. 2 outs. The first giveaway of City Connect Week is one you won't want to miss. On Monday, June 3rd, be one of the first 15,000 fans in the ballpark to get an exclusive Vladimir Guerrero Jr. City Connect bobblehead. Visit BlueJays.com/CityWeek. Top 9, Blue Jays up 5-2. Danny Jansen batting with 2 outs. The pitch from Ruiz. Called strike 1. Jordan Romano got up in the bottom of the 8th inning and has just been kind of slowly throwing, drinking some water in the bullpen out and left. 0-1. Downstairs with the breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ruiz reaches back and fires, and Jansen swings through it. Strike 2. He's going to move some dirt around in the righty batter's box with his back right foot. One-two pitch. Outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looked like Real Muto actually set up inside and had to stab across the plate to catch that ball. The 2-2. Fouled back into the netting. A fan behind the screen ducks out of the way, but it ricochets back onto the field. Jansen brings the bat and waggles it above his right shoulder. 2-2 again. Sends a fly ball to right field. Deep, but not that deep. Caught 10-20 feet in front of the track by Castellanos to end the inning. Blue Jays go down 1-2-3 in the top of the 9th, but they look for a split in this series when we come back in the bottom of the 9th. Jordan Romano about to enter a 5-2 game in favor of Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He keeps this game tied
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. Jays lead the Phillies 5-2 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk coming up after the game. Blair and Barker are standing by. They have you covered today. They'll take your calls and your texts. They will be on both TV and radio after the game. If you want to leave Jeff and Kevin a message, you can do it right now via the back leg line, 416-413-3959, or you can send them a text at 590-590. Name and location, both cases, please, as well. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays lead at 5-2, bottom 9. Jordan Romano's on the mound. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Save situation for the Blue Jays closer. He looks for his 5th of the year and does have this 3-run cushion to work with thanks to the add-on run by Kevin Kiermaier in the 8th. It's 4-5-6 scheduled to hit this inning for the Phillies. Alec Bohm, Brandon Marsh, and Nick Castellanos with the Blue Jays up 5-2. First comes Bohm, who's 0 for 3 today. Was 0 for in the Phillies game on Monday, losing an 18-game hit streak. First pitch from Romano is grounded off the mound up the middle, and there he starts a new hit streak with a single to start the 9th.
Yeah, that was just a 4-seamer right down the middle. Jordan Romano trying to get ahead there. And Bohm just drills that thing right back at him up the middle.
So a leadoff runner for the Phillies puts the tying run on deck at the plate right now. Left-handed hitting Brandon Marsh. Guerrero maybe 2 steps off the bat, kind of half holding on the runner. First pitch to Marsh is a slider for strike 1. Romano last pitched on the 4th, giving up a run to the Nationals, but has converted all 4 of his save opportunities so far this year. The 0-1. Fastball just outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, Jordan Romano wanted that call, staring in to home plate after that ball was called. Just missed on the outside corner, maybe by a hair.
Here's his 1-1. Missed down low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Phillies with 5 hits today, 2 extra base hits. The 2-1. Sliced down the left field line and into the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Jordan Romano needs to be careful not to be too quick to home plate. He needs to make a good pitch to the guy at home plate, and Brandon Marsh. I know that run on first base matters, but it doesn't matter as much as getting the guy at home plate and making good pitches.
Bohm's athletic, but he's not much of a runner either at first. 2-2. Back foot slider, and Marsh just barely holds up, twisting his whole body, but keeping the bat on his shoulder to make it a full count. Another ball would bring the tying run to the plate, and Nick Castellanos, who has one of those 2 Phillies extra base hits today, a double back in the 6th, or the 7th, pardon me. 3-2 pitch. Fastball hit right at the shortstop. Bassitt races the second, and he got the out, just beating Alec Boehm. Close play. Bo was backed up near the grass on that one.
I am not sure about that call, and I know for certain that the Phillies are going to take a look at that. We haven't seen a replay yet, but I am not sure about that call.
They're announcing the next hitter to the plate. Nick Castellanos. For Bassitt, he was almost on the grass when he got that ball, and I think he beat him. It was close, but I think he beat him. Phillies do not challenge. Here comes Nick Castellanos. Tying run still on deck. One out, runner on first, and a slider at the top of the zone for strike one. It's Brandon Marsh now on first after the 6 unassisted fielder's choice by Bo Bassitt. Romano stepping back, looking at the runner on first. Now delivers home. Swing and a miss on a slider that bounced way early. Ugly hack there from Castellanos, 0-2.
Yeah, Castellanos was guessing right there. Fastball. That's a guess swing right there. Swinging at a slider nowhere near the zone, actually in front of the plate.
So the closer ahead, 0-2. Here's his pitch. Fastball hit to right field, down for a base hit in right center, picked up by Kiermaier. He'll toss it into second, and now the tying run coming to the plate. That was kind of a weird one. Jansen was almost looking away as the pitch was about to come in, and then looked back. Romano pretty much hit his spot at the top of the zone, but Castellanos sends that one into right center.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible pitch from Jordan Romano. I don't know about the pitch choice, but he definitely hit his spot. Danny Jansen was set up, elevated outside, and Nick Castellanos kind of just drops the barrel and hits a good line drive to right field.
That brings up Bryson Stott, singing his song behind him at Citizens Bank Park with 2 on, 1 out. 5-2 Blue Jays, and Stott whips the first pitch he sees into right field for a base hit. Marsh coming around third. He'll come in to score, and Stott into second with a double. It's 5-3, and now the tying run for the Phillies is on second base with 1 out.
And now you just have to slow the heart rate, make good pitches, but you do have that open base at first base. I know you don't want to put the go-ahead run on base, especially with just 1 out, but you still have to make good quality pitches. Don't leave something over the middle just because the tying run is in scoring position. But you do have that open base at first base, so you have to be careful.
3 hits in 4 batters faced for Jordan Romano, who's given up a run. Blue Jays up 5-3. And Cody Clemens, who came off the bench as a pinch hitter in the 7th, will bat for the 2nd time today. Clemens 4 for 10 on the season. All 4 are extra base hits, including a pair of home runs. He's knocked in 7 runs and is now just in his 4th game of the year. First pitch. Popped him up. Back of third. IKF twisting back toward left. Called off by the shortstop Bassitt, who makes the catch. And 1 pitch is needed to retire Cody Clemens. And now the Phillies down to their final out. And guess who? The former Blue Jay, Whit Merrifield, who came in as a pinch hitter in the 8th, will bat now with the game on the line.
Well, wouldn't that be something if he comes up with a big hit here? But Jordan Romano makes a big pitch to Cody Clemens as Cody Clemens walks back to the dugout shaking his head. A good fastball in on the hands, and now he has a tough Whit Merrifield to deal with.
A single likely ties the game with the speed of Stott on second. Second and third, 2 down, 5-3 Blue Jays, and a first pitch heater right on the black for strike 1. Merrifield riding an 8-game hit streak, although he doesn't play every day, so it's spaced out over the course of a couple weeks. The 0-1. Hit foul, 0-2, and the Phillies down to their final strike. Blue Jays desperate for a win here before heading home to take on Minnesota. Try and split this series, end a series losing streak of 4. Second and third, 2 down, 5-3 Blue Jays, and the 0-2. lifted down the right field line. Vladdy running into foul territory, makes the over-the-shoulder catch, and the Blue Jays win the game. They rally in the 6th, add on in the 8th, and just hold on with the tying run on second to split a series on the road against baseball's best team.
Well, that was a gigantic win for this Toronto Blue Jays team. Chris Bassitt coming up huge today, only giving up 1 hit through his first 5 innings of work. And then, of course, you have Kevin Kiermaier with 3 hits, Davis Schneider with 2 big hits, and then you have Vlad. 2 líneas going 3 for 5 on the day. It was a complete team effort today.
The Blue Jays pick up the 5-3 victory and will have a positive to build off of for their day off coming up tomorrow. We're going to wrap this one up before sending you to a likely slightly more positive Blue Jays talk than yesterday with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. Stick around. Blue Jays win 5-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays winners today split the series with the Phillies, taking home a 5-3 victory. Appreciate you sticking around. We'll get you over to Blue Jays Talk momentarily. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, and we talked about it a bit off the end of the broadcast, Chris, but Chris Bassitt came up big today, pitched into the 7th inning for Toronto, gives up 3 hits, 2 runs, walked 2, struck out 6, and one of those runs he left on base and was actually given up after as an inherited run by a reliever. He looked in peak form today against a really tough lineup.
Well, that's 2 games in a row where he's looked peak form through 5 innings. Of course, throwing no hits or giving up no hits through 5 in his last start against Kansas City. But today he was just on. His fastball, his sinker was so dominant. And even that really slow curveball that we've seen kind of not be as good and effective as it has been, it was great today. You saw the weird, awkward swing from Bryce Harper. He threw a couple of them to Kyle Schwarber. Everything was kind of working for him today, and that's 2 games in a row. If Chris Bassitt can be good going forward, this Blue Jays team might be onto something.
Chris Bassitt picks up his 3rd win of the season to go to 3-5. On the other side, the Blue Jays going up against Aaron Nola, one of the toughest in the bigs. They came up with 9 hits in Nola's 5 2/3 innings, 4 runs. Nola didn't walk a batter, and he did strike out 7. The well really broke open in the 6th inning when the Blue Jays scored 3 runs. But even starting from the beginning of the game, they were chipping away at Nola all day.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is getting guys on base. And we even saw a hit and run, a successful hit and run today with Davis Schneider on base and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa kind of going out off the plate and hitting that ball to right field. But it was an overall team effort. The offense did its job. When you get guys on base, you can be aggressive. You can put pressure on the pitcher. You can put pressure on the defense. That's what the Blue Jays haven't done all season long. They just haven't been getting guys on base. And when they do, this is what happens. You can score runs. You can put 1 run on the board with a hit and run or a bunt him over or even a stolen base. But this was a great game overall.
Blue Jays end up scoring the 5 runs on only 2 extra base hits, no homers, and one of the 2 extra base hits, the double from Davis Schneider, really had nothing to even do with the run scoring. It was stringing together hits, which they did in the third when Vladdy knocked in Springer. They had 5 hits in a 6th inning that brought home 3 runs. And then they get to the 8th inning. It's a 4-2 game after the Phillies had inched a little bit closer in the 7th. And the Blue Jays get a walk from Davis Schneider, that hit and run you mentioned with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa to make it 1st and 3rd. And then comes our play of the game. Not a mammoth home run, but instead this from Kevin Kiermaier. IKF with a healthy leadoff first, held on by Harper. 1-2 pitch is off the handle, looping to right, and just over the head of the second baseman, Clemens. Everyone is safe. Schneider in to score on a bloop RBI single by Kevin Kiermaier that barely made it off the dirt. It's 5-2 Blue Jays.
Well, Kevin Kiermaier was 3 for 4 today with 2 big RBIs, including that RBI late in the ball game. But there were a few guys that came through today that badly needed to come through, including Vlad, including Kevin Kiermaier. But Bo Bichette had a big hit today as well. And I know it's not a couple of hits or even 3 hits like Vlad, but that's a start of something good for Bo Bichette.
Bichette with an RBI single in the 6th inning that started that rally for the Blue Jays. Toronto ends up with 5 runs on 12 hits, no errors. They leave 9 on base. For Philly, who knocked on the door late, they scored 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 6 left on base. Bassitt with the win, as I mentioned, 3 and 5. Aaron Nola with the loss goes to 4 and 2. And for Jordan Romano, although again it was a little bit interesting, he picks up his 5th save of the season and is a perfect 5 for 5 in save opportunities to start the year. This game started quick, ended slow. 3 hours and 1 minute at Citizens Bank Park in front of almost 35,000 on a beautiful high 20s degree day in Philadelphia. Blue Jays pick up the win, go to 17 and 20. Phillies drop to 26 and 12, and Toronto gets a day off traveling home before a much anticipated series coming up. It's the first matchup with the Minnesota Twins since the wild card series last year. That one starts on Friday at 7:07. Yusei Kikuchi against Joe Ryan in what should be a really exciting weekend. Hope you can join us then if we don't see you down at the ballpark, and appreciate you tuning in tonight. For our technical director, Tom Young, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and get your calls in because Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
Are we up? Well, I'm not entirely certain that any of the long-range or deep issues around this team, Kevin Barker, are going to go away because of one win. But it's awfully nice to come on and do a Blue Jays Talk and have a lot to focus on just from a game in front of us. Never mind right now who's leading off or whether or not they should be or who's hitting 5th or anything like that. The Jays beat the Philadelphia Phillies 5-3. They've split a series. And bottom line for me, Kevin Barker, is Chris Bassitt, and to a certain degree, the bullpen kept one of, if not the best, I would say the best non-Los Angeles-based offense in baseball, pretty much kept them at bay and scored some runs. And, you know, not the home run barrage we would have seen from the Blue Jays a couple of years ago, but some good hits, some clutch hits, some extra base hits, some good base running, and a 5-3 win over the Phillies in what was just a really good baseball game.
Yeah, it was the rare team win, I think. I think that's, sort of how you have to look at it, is sort of everybody went out there and did their job, what they were supposed to be trying to do. They did it whenever, I think really good lineups hunt windows. Every time I talk to a really good hitter at the field or anywhere that I'm having a conversation with somebody that knows how to hit, they hunt windows. They're not trying to split the plate in half. They're sort of, looking small so they can sort of take the really nasty pitcher's pitches. But when you got a dude on the mound like Chris Bassitt who can, sort of attack the edges of those windows and do it with different speeds, and have that really good slow breaking ball, and then add the sweeper tunneling off that slow breaking ball, to righties, and can do the elevated two-seamer that he was throwing today. Like when he's attacking the edges of those windows like he was today, it's going to be a long day for even a really good lineup. And, oh, by the way, the lefties have been wearing Chris Bassitt out. They were 1 for 9 today. I think coming into it, the 4 lefties that he was facing, he had to be really good against those guys. I mean, he wasn't getting ahead a bunch, but I think you could tell just trying to get on the same page with Danny and Pete Walker. And, he was using every bit of that pitch clock that he could possibly use out there, just trying to figure out the right sequence and, keeping it out of the middle of the zone and still use his best stuff. You want to not get away from your best stuff. And to do that, sometimes you got to set it up the right way. And, him being good with the fastballs, arm side, that's a way to lefties. Being good with fastballs, glove side, that's a way to righties. Just sort of opened up the plethora of all the 8 pitches that he's gotten, him being able to throw those to the edges of those windows. And again, that's what they sort of, whenever they're good for me, Jeff, the starting pitching allows the lineup to have one good inning, and that's what happened.
John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays, is addressing the media. We'll go to him right now.
There when you're trying to get out of a tough spot.
And when you guys needed someone to step up, Pop and Mazur.
Yeah, they both did an outstanding job. Wanted to let Chris get a double play against Cassie there. Didn't work out, but I think Pop coming in and getting the job done with the strikeout, huge. And then Timmy, it goes back to me saying, just putting guys out there and getting the outs they should get, and that's exactly what they did today.
What did Vlad's plate appearances kind of do for you today?
He looks great, really, to be honest with you. I think he's really quietly doing a lot of really good things with his swing, with his mechanics. He looks to be in a great spot. He continues to get better and better.
I know Bo doesn't ever show emotion, but for him to get that hit, what do you think?
Yeah, it's huge, man. We know how Bo's feeling. He knows how he's feeling, but to get that hit there, kind of a Bo special. Line drive to right field for an RBI. So, he's going to get going. It's just a matter of time. And I know we've been saying that, but it's really a matter of time for him. So, easy today, I think, for, some guys to kind of lay down and say, all right, we're in the shit and let's get home. And nobody did that. And, George playing through some sickness. He felt like crap today and laying it out there. JT getting on the line on a double play ball. He's 39 and allows us to score. Things like that. It was kind of a look yourself in the mirror and come out and show up today. And it was really, really good.
You just say Garcia's still not available.
Yeah.
Plans with him?
He's feeling better. I think today was a good day for him. Off day tomorrow. I think if we didn't have an off day tomorrow, it might have pushed him a little bit, but worked out today, and hopefully he'll be ready to roll on Friday.
So much talk about Springer. You say before the game for you guys to do what you need to do. He's got to be Springer, the third inning there, base hit, steal second, scoring singles, that kind of.
Yeah, if you guys could have seen him this morning, it was tough to get him off the table, but I think that just speaks volumes to him and kind of to where we are right now as a group, to where you have to do everything you can to help the team win. So single, stolen base, score. Great diving catch down the line on the sac fly from Schwarber too. Him and everyone, really, I love the way they came back, quick turnaround, and it's kind of a gut check win. And the guys, they were up for it today. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, welcome to our friends along the Sportsnet television network. It is Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker. That was John Schneider, the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Jeff.
Happier.
How about that?
Apologies to those of you who may have been offended by that one word.
Yeah. George is sick. Go figure.
Yeah, that wasn't the word.
No, I can't say that word.
No, there was that one word, but anyhow, I'm sure if apologies are needed, I don't think John Schneider would mind us extending those apologies on his behalf, because it is the afternoon and it's a family show, and please keep it a family show. You can reach us via text 590-590 or on our back leg line 416-413-3959. Please leave your name and location. You talked about Chris Bassitt, Kevin Barker, John Schneider talked about Chris Bassitt. He used all 8 pitches today, 14 curves. He got 5 called strikes and whiffs on that curve. It was there were a lot of good things for him today, but that curve I thought was really effective. You look at the third inning, The third inning, he threw 29 pitches, ran into trouble, back-to-back walks to the bottom of the order. But my goodness, he gets the fielder's choice off the bat of Real Muto. Bryce Harper flies out, and then it's a 12-pitch fourth, a 13-pitch fifth, and a 9-pitch sixth. And that pretty much set the Jays in the way. I think we have Chris Bassitt live.
How much the ball can fly here, especially during the day games. So really just made him uncomfortable.
What did you think of the way Zach and Meza came in after you?
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, pounding the strike zone. If you're going to give up hits, who cares? Just attack hitters.
Kind of watching how the lineup approached Berrios last night. How did that kind of help you and carry stuff into today?
Yeah. Even though we throw similar pitches, I think we pitch so differently. Berrios is so much better than me glove side for sinkers. I throw a lot slower off speed, so it's kind of hard for me to watch his games and really just say like, hey, like they're showing me sinkers here, I'm gonna do that. Like I more so watch a Berrios start and just like think like what can Berrios do better rather than what can I do with this kind of game plan.
Third inning, bases loaded, Schwarber, JT, and Harper coming up. That's like as bad of a spot as you can encounter. How did you and Jano sort of think about navigating your way through that?
Yeah, I got lucky. I mean, I made a bad pitch and Harper almost hit a home run, but I mean, yeah, I got out of that. It is what it is. Obviously, bottom of their order, you can't really walk guys, and unfortunately, I did that to start that going. So, yeah.
Short start last night, quick turnaround. Garcia unavailable in the pen. How important was it for you to get into the seventh inning today for those guys?
Yeah, I mean, I just wish I executed some pitches or made some different pitches in the seventh. I looking back at it, just wasn't a great mindset of either pitch. Yeah, I guess you can kind of look at it and say they were good pitches, but it's not what we wanted to do, and for whatever reason, I kind of went off script there and got kind of beat by it a little bit, but obviously Zach got me out of it. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, I got to be better there in the seventh. My energy was good, my endurance and all that, so to speak, was good. It was just pretty dumb pitch selection and location on my part. Thank you.
That is Chris Bassitt, or was Chris Bassitt, Kevin. Much more along the lines of what we've heard from Chris Bassitt in a lot of his starts compared to the last couple of starts. Again, we talked about this, about the curve in particular, and the pitches he used. But my goodness, those three middle innings were something else. Again, against a lineup that is a hard lineup to pitch to.
Yeah, it's the location of the fastballs. You know, it starts with the two-seamer. You know, he can elevate and do some things with the four-seamer. He threw a few more cutters, you know, just I think to keep him honest so he could get away with some bad off-speed pitches. I think the changing of speeds with the breaking stuff, you know, maybe the pitch clock occasionally, he was a little in and out with that thing. Maybe that was a little bit more on purpose than not, right? I mean, it just seemed to me like he was getting a sign. He was standing there for a while. You know, it looked like he was trying to add and piece it all together to make the quality pitch and not leave it down the middle. When he's got tough takes like that and he's unpredictable, it's, again, I know you have to look windows against him, and that team for the Phillies, that's what they do. I mean, they got a bunch of lefties and righties in there who know how to hunt windows. They know what they do well, and they're going up there hunting it, and they're going to force you into the zone or into that window. And when you're keeping it on the edges, and you can be that unpredictable, and you got 8 different ones to pick from, like you sort of look, you don't have a chance. Like that's sort of where you're at with, you know, when he's doing the things like that. So it's kind of nice just to give a lineup a chance to have a big inning, and that's what he did.
416-413-3959, the back leg line. Your chance to leave questions or comments for Kevin Barker on the game or indeed on the Blue Jays season so far. As I said, it's nice to talk about a Blue Jays win. They have split a series after losing 4 series in a row. They've got an off day tomorrow. They come home to face the Minnesota Twins in a very brief 3-game homestand. We've got to talk about the hitting today, Kevin. Very quietly, Vladdy's now hitting 9 of 10, I believe. couple of hits to the pull side. We saw George Springer with a single to the pull side, a stolen base. John Schneider calling Bo Bichette's RBI a Bo Bichette special, which indeed it was. A ball hit to right field. Again, I kind of get the impression it'd be nice if they had 9 guys who could hit home runs. But I kind of get the impression that, and I'm not going to get carried away with this because, again, it is just 5 runs. But this is kind of, I think, the way the Jays are built. The way this lineup is built, the way this roster is built, out of necessity to score.
Yeah, I think if you were doing this against a lesser pitcher, it might mean less. But I think doing it against an Aaron Nola, who is, when he's on, like he was today, he was on. Like the location of all the stuff that he's trying to do down and away and backdooring stuff and throwing the slow stuff. And, he's sort of like Chris with less pitches, the unpredictability and just the quality of the location of the stuff. You got to be mechanically sound. Bo looks like the timing of the stretch is getting a little better, right? The wrap is very important for him. The foot's got to get down on time to allow him just to get it in the zone and keep it in there long enough. That's why you see pitches that he normally hammers, he's fouling off. Today, for me, at least the base hit that he got to right looked a little bit more, on time with that stretch. So maybe he can build off that and continue to do things. It is amazing to see Vladdy sort of, when you move around the plate, just optics-wise, looks freer and easier, Jeff. I mean, it just looks like he can get barreled to any part of the strike zone now. Now, maybe it's not that way, but boy, it sure looks to me like it's just freer and easier. He's not thinking about it as much. He gets his foot down, and the barrel just sort of, when the eyes are directing the barrel to that part of the strike zone, he can actually get it there because he is not so close to the plate and feels like he's tied up. And, he takes that lean back swing that he normally does and grounds out. He's still going to ground out because he's a human being, but it just looks like it's freer and easier. And Davis Schneider, he's the one guy in that lineup for me looks like see ball, hit ball. I mean, I know he's got an approach. I know he's trying to do things. I know it just doesn't happen because, scoot close to the plate, taking away that slider. That's the breaking ball that he hit for the double, right? Actually, he's giving him a chance. But boy, he just looks like he walks to the plate. And it is as simple as I'm going to see it and I'm going to hit it as hard as I can hit it. And that's kind of nice to watch. And then you're watching the hit and run from IKF. That got him a run. KK got a big hit off a lefty. You simplify. You look right down the middle off a lefty, throws fastballs to a bunch of lefties. Like, you got to, I think, simplify it sometimes that much against some good teams. So get good starting pitching, have a big inning, have some guys do some things, and that's how you win some baseball games.
416-413-3959, the back leg line. That is the number to call and leave questions or comments on the game for Kevin Barker and myself. 590-590 is the text line. Ryan from Calgary sent in a text, and we'll get it up on the screen anytime. Good to see the Blue Jays play small ball and that it paid off for the win. This should give them a small boost of confidence. Eventually, the bigger hits, home runs will come. I'm not certain about that last part. Haven't seen them hit home runs at home. Again, I don't think this is a home run hitting team. And small ball, right
guy up at the right time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Add-on runs.
I'm not certain. When the only way you can win a game right now is by this, I'm not entirely certain that necessarily qualifies as small ball, to be honest. But look, it's a win, and it's a win against a really good team, and it's a win against a really good team that's really, really, really good at home and a very tough lineup. Jordan Romano, I'm still puzzled, and I'm hoping we'll get this cleared up. Why on earth would the Blue Jays go from April 29th to May 8th shorthanded in the bullpen without having Jimmy Garcia? This is one thing that really, make a call. Is it that difficult to make a decision about whether or not a guy's hurt? You haven't been able to use him since April 28th. You know that you're babying your closer. You're not getting anything out of Eric Swanson. It just puzzles me that a team would go this long without, making a decision and backdating the guy. I understand he's good. He's been great. He's been their best reliever. But good Lord, you're running out a $235 million payroll, and you're basically tying your manager and your pitching coach's hands.
Yeah, I would think it's a couple of things. I would think it was day offs. They're going to lean on their starting rotation, which is probably what they should do, and they don't have anybody else. I mean, let's quite frankly say it the way it is. It's not like they're oozing talent at the minor league level that they can do. Is there anybody else? Am I missing somebody?
I mean, all I kept hearing in spring training was, well, we got more depth at AAA than we've had in the past.
We heard a lot of things.
Yeah, we did hear a lot of things in spring training.
Yeah, I think that they've sort of been, leaning on that, let Jimmy make up his own mind. And it continues to be, I know, you can roll your eyes. I'm with you a little bit on that. I mean, I do think it is part of that. At some point, dude,
if you're not making here's the thing. At some point, if you're not going to make up your mind, then I'm going to make it up for you. Yeah. And you're getting your ass to the IL, and we're going to get somebody else out.
It sounds like both parties have made up their mind. It just sounds like that, it was, if you really, really need me, I can go today, but I'd rather not. I would rather wait till Friday. It sounds that way. And listen to John talk there and the people that I've talked to, it sounds like that they're, raring and ready to go. Again, I think he's such a big deal to the bullpen. It's if you rush it, where they're at in the season and where they're at in the standings, you might lose him all season. I'm sure they're trying to stay away from that.
I mean,
that'd be my guess.
I guess, but my goodness, you guys, there got to be some folks out on the waiver wire that you could bring in, and of course, then I know that you would. Well, whatever. Give yourself another arm. Give yourself another option. I mean, as it is right now, like I said, you're basically you don't want to use two. You can't use one of your relievers. You don't want to use the other guy, and Eric Swanson, and you got to baby your closer. So Again, I'm not going to take the sheen off a 5-3 win, but man, oh man, it's like this organization has a difficult time making its mind up about the easiest things.
Yeah, they're in a bad way down there. Yeah. Facts.
Nonetheless,
they won.
5-3. The Blue Jays won. They have beaten the Philadelphia Phillies. Ray from New Brunswick, you left us a voice note on the back leg line.
I had a quick question for you guys. I watch you guys. I like Kevin's dynamic description of what's wrong with hitters. I do really appreciate that. Makes us understand a little bit more of the dynamics of hitting. That's a little bit more difficult than meets the eye. But my question is this, is that we talk a lot about getting rid of presidents and GM and managers, and who do we replace these people with? I mean, what's your comments on that? I mean, who would Donnie Baseball, would he take the team over? Would he actually want to manage this team? And what would it look like if he had a stamp on it? What do we do with Ross Atkins and company?
I mean, all of those. Well, I don't know, Don Matting, if you're going to make a move with the manager, and just the feeling I get is that's not happening. The feeling I get is that's not happening. And quite frankly, from my point of view, I don't think it should. I really haven't reached a conclusion about John Schneider as a manager. I did with Charlie Montoyo when he was fired. To my mind, I reached a conclusion about it, and I think I was right. And I haven't done that yet with John Schneider because I think there are just so many factors involved in this. But, I mean, what does this team not do? Hit. Who's the hitting coordinator? Don Mattingly. I don't know. If you're not doing one thing, if you're replacing the manager, do you take the guy in charge of the thing you're not doing and make him the manager and let other people take over?
Probably wouldn't work out. DeMarlo Hale, I would assume, would be the obvious choice.
And the thing with DeMarlo Hale is if you're looking for sort of a change of voice and all that, DeMarlo's kind of the guy.
And James Click is here, I would assume, in season. If you fire a GM, I would guess that's the way they would go. And then off season, they would figure out whichever way. And the president, I'd be shocked if he ever got, I guess the word would be fired. I would be shocked in season you fire the president.
We've operated under the assumption, now he's got another year left in his contract. Mm-hmm. We've kind of operated under the assumption that Mark will leave when Mark wants to leave.
It's got that feel.
Whatever. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Mm-hmm. The stadium renovations are essentially done. That was a huge part of his responsibility. And it's something that was that he had to work in close with ownership on. That was a massive undertaking. I know people can roll their eyes about the ballpark and all that and say, I'd rather have fewer cup holders and more relievers and all that stuff. You can say that if you want, but the fact of the matter is, well, not really. But the fact of the matter is, the place was a dump at one point, and you needed to fix it up, and they've done that. So kudos there. But yeah, the rest of it, I don't know. I after what happened at the end of the offseason last year, I just don't know what move would be made, when it would be made, how it would look, how it would smell. This is the first time I've been in that situation. Mm-hmm. I knew when Gibby was going to get rinsed. I just knew. I may have jumped the gun. It's something I wrote about. I knew it was going to happen, and I wasn't the only one. Mm-hmm. You get signs. You kind of get a sense for things. Kind of knew Alex probably wasn't going to come back, but I just don't know right now because it's a different. Times are different. Look at the Leafs. And everybody thought that Brendan Shanahan was going to get fired.
Yeah, it's almost.
And now we're having a news conference with him. I don't know. Maybe he's going to quit and he's going to get a chance to talk to the Toronto media. I doubt it, but it's just, man, it's a different time. Decisions are made differently. There's more people involved, and there's. It's a lot more complicated.
Yeah, it's the way the good players for the Jays have looked, and it's almost like it's got that feel of game to game. Like, what if they lost today and there was a day off tomorrow? Everybody would have been – I would have been a little on my edge of my seat wondering what was going to happen or who was going to – would there be a chance of somebody getting fired? If there would have been – it would have been, at least a thought that may have happened. Now, actually, you got that little sort of warm and fuzzy feeling that, you're seeing, a guy get a hit to right field on a lot of drive in a run. You're seeing, George Springer show a little spunk on the field, and you're seeing Vladdy free and easy. Like, yeah, you could. Well, I don't know. If you add a piece or two, you could dream. Then that's sort of what I feel is the game-to-game thing. I don't know.
See, I would much prefer the focus right now be on doing something to this lineup, adding something to make the roster better. Mm-hmm. That's what I want the focus to be on. Because to me, whatever else you do, I'm still going to have Springer, Varsho, Guerrero, Turner. That's what I'm going to have. And I don't know. I don't know who could manage that team. You can't ask these guys to do anything different. And in terms of a different voice talking to them, well, we've had different voices. They have different voices. There's 30 different hitting coaches. Mm-hmm. Like, if anything, there's too many different voices with this team. But I will say this. It's every other team in the American League East has a stable and has had a stable managerial situation other than the Blue Jays, right? If John Schneider were to be fired, that would be the new guy coming in would be Ross Atkins' fourth manager. Okay, Gibby, understand that wasn't his guy. That was like your freebie. You come in as a GM, you're probably going to fire the guy you inherited. All right, you did that. Charlie Montoyo, your handpicked guy. Well, you fired him. John Schneider, your handpicked guy to replace your handpicked guy. Well, if you get rid of him, now you bring somebody else in. Most general managers, or a lot of general managers, don't get 4 shots at that. And, it's as I said, I understand less the process, the things that would be involved in making those decisions with this team than any other team I've covered, which maybe is not a bad thing. Mm-mm. Because it tells you that it's a very closed, quiet group.
Well, they did have a team meeting last night after the game, so maybe continue to have those.
And you know what I found interesting? You know what? We're going to take a break and come back and talk about the team meeting. We got a couple of texts I want to get to. Josh and Clone, I want to get to your call as well. So why don't we take a break and come back on the other side? It's Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and Sportsnet.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better. and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays, and with all kinds of cool new games and activities in the exciting outfield district areas, there's no end to the family fun you'll have.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, 5-3. Toronto Blue Jays have beaten Philadelphia Phillies, splitting the 2-game series. They've got tomorrow off. They will start a 3-game series against my Minnesota Twins.
Such a front runner.
On Friday at the Rogers Center. We get to see Simeon Woods Richardson.
He was really good last start.
In this homestand. He, the pitcher that went to Minnesota, along with Austin Martin, as part of the, I came close to calling him Austin Matthews, along with Austin Martin as part of the Jose Barrios package. So, it'll be interesting to see Simeon Woods Richardson. Reminder, by the way, that on Blair and Barker on Friday, Justin Turner is going to join us live, in addition, of course, to manager John Schneider and Twins general manager Thad Levine will join us as well. But I want to get back to the back leg line, 416-413-3959. It's available for every Blair and Barker. It's available for every Blue Jays Talking TV. Leave a message, suggestion, recipes, one-liners, fashion tips, whatever you want for Kevin and my and me, and we will get to it. Josh and Kelowna, no fashion tips, but he did want to talk about personality.
Just I was curious about what you guys thought about the personality makeup of this team. I saw that they had a one of those closed door meetings the other day, and it seems like they have those every single year, which isn't a great sign every year. But when you look at a team and the success of the team, the teams that are successful together, like it seems like they all mesh. It seems like they all really love playing for each other, etc. And do you think this team has that, or do they not?
Pass it over to you, Kevin. I don't know because I'm not in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm not either. I think this is sort of if your best.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game.
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
Feed on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 871. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 847. Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m., Cincinnati Reds take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 846. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 861. Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 869. Orioles on Internet 842. 6:50 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays take on the Chicago White Sox. Rays on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 866. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:05 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Houston Astros. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 858. Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183, and Internet 841. Red Sox on Internet 843.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Eduardo Perez was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio talking about the Philadelphia Phillies and their success so far this season.
They're going to beat up on you. They're going to grind. They're going to grind at bats. Second time around, they're going to get you. They're going to see you. They pick pitches. They are a slug type team, and that's the way they're built. Does it make me nervous now that they're going to lose Trey Turner for 6 weeks? If you're a Philly fan, this guy sort of bounces back quickly, and I think they set 6 to be safe, to be on the safe side here and not try to rush him. They're going to need Nick Castellanos to swing the bat. Yesterday was his best day yet. Gets his first double of the season. Last year he had over 30 doubles, 37 to be exact. finally gets his first double. He went 0 for doubles in the month of April. Bryce Harper, the home run he hit, another 3-run homer back-to-back days. But when he hits it to left center field, if you're an opposing team, I'm sorry. This guy gets locked in. He gets locked in with that. You let it ride. You let it ride in a major way. JT Realmuto getting on twice with 2 hits, a double and a single, working counts as well. The day before on Sunday, he got 2 infield hits. No other catcher in the league gets those 2 infield hits that JT Realmuto gets. This team is now raising a lot of eyebrows in this division.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 847. Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 846. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 861. Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 869. Orioles on Internet 842. 6:50 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Chicago White Sox. Rays on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 866. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Houston Astros. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 858. Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183, and Internet 841. Red Sox on Internet 843. 7:40 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Seattle Mariners. Twins on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 856. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:40 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the San Diego Padres. Cubs on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 844. Padres on Internet 862. 7:40 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Royals on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 851. Brewers on Internet 855. 7:45 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the New York Mets. Cardinals on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 865. Mets on Internet 857. 8:40 p.m. Colorado Rockies take on the San Francisco Giants. Rockies on Sirius 85, XM 188, and Internet 848. Giants on Internet 863. 10:10 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the Miami Marlins. Dodgers on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 853, Marlins on Internet 854, Spanish feed on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 871. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867, Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 847. Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 846. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 861. Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 869. Orioles on Internet 842. 6:50 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Chicago White Sox. Rays on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 866. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Houston Astros. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 858. Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves taking the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183 and Internet 841. Red Sox on Internet 843.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
Major League Baseball legend Willie Mays is 93 years old, and host of the leadoff spot, Steve Phillips, was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, to celebrate the Say Hey Kid and talk about how good he was.
All of us lose track a little bit of some of the iconic superstars of the game. You look at Willie Mays' baseball reference page, talk about black ink, where you led the league in categories.
Yeah.
I mean, he led the league in runs scored a couple times. He led the league in hits, led the league in triples, led the league in home runs 4 times, 660 home runs in his career, drove out 141 runs in a season, was the MVP in both 1954, in a season in which he hit 41 home runs. He hit 345 and at 1,078 OPS. He was MVP in 1965. 11 years later, he was the MVP. 54 and then 65, hitting 317, 398 on base, 1,043 OPS, a 185 OPS plus. And remember, he was a great defender as well. Stole 40 bases. He had 4 seasons in which he led the league in stolen bases. Power speed combination that you don't see much anymore. Just a unique superstar.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m., Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 847. Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m., Cincinnati Reds take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 846. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 861. Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 860. Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 869. Orioles on Internet 842. 6:50 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays take on the Chicago White Sox. Rays on Sirius 137, XM 181, and Internet 866. White Sox on Internet 845. 7:05 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Houston Astros. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182, and Internet 858. Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m., Atlanta Braves take on the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183, and Internet 841. Red Sox on Internet 843. 7:40 p.m., Minnesota Twins taking the Seattle Mariners. Twins on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 856. Mariners on Internet 864. 7:40 p.m., Chicago Cubs taking the San Diego Padres. Cubs on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 844. Padres on Internet 862. 7:40 p.m., Kansas City Royals taking the Milwaukee Brewers. Royals on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 851. Brewers on Internet 855. 7:45 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the New York Mets. Cardinals on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 865. Mets on Internet 857. 8:40 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the San Francisco Giants. Rockies on Sirius 85, XM 188, and Internet 848. Giants on Internet 863. 10:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Miami Marlins. Dodgers on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 853. Marlins on Internet 854. Spanish feed on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 871. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867, Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 847, Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m. Cincinnati Reds taking the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 846, Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 861, Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 860, Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m. Washington Nationals taking the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 869, Orioles on Internet 842. 6:50 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays taking the Chicago White Sox. Rays on Sirius 137, XM 181 and Internet 866, White Sox on Internet 845. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees taking the Houston Astros. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 858, Astros on Internet 850. 7:20 p.m. Atlanta Braves taking the Boston Red Sox. Braves on Sirius 139, XM 183 and Internet 841, Red Sox on Internet 843.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
Boston Red Sox starting pitcher Cutter Crawford stopped by SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to discuss the team's pitching staff.
We have a really good group. Obviously, losing Lucas in spring training, that was not ideal, and I don't think anybody saw that coming because he was supposed to be our guy, our workhorse. He posts every single year, right? You look at his numbers, and he's going out there throwing 170 to 190 innings. So there's a lot of value in that, and that's what we needed after last year. We all believe it. We all believe we can have success, right? We all know how good each other are. We're all good in different, aspects, right? Like Tanner's a sinker slider. His ball moves crazy. Myself and Pavetta, we're more ride guys, throwing fastballs and top of the throwing cutters and sweepers off that. And you got Bayo, really good sinker, and Whitlock and Wink and, the whole pitching staff. We believe it. We know how good we are. And it was just kind of going out there and doing it, right? It's after last year, obviously there's going to be talks about the pitching staff and can they succeed and can these guys be good, blah, blah. And we never thought that we needed to sign more pitching as, the pitchers that we have in-house. We just need to stay healthy and go out there and pitch, right?
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Tuesday, May the 7th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 3:30 p.m., Oakland A's taking the Texas Rangers. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 859, Rangers on Internet 867, Spanish Feed on Internet 870. 6:10 p.m. Cleveland Guardians taking the Detroit Tigers. Guardians on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 847, Tigers on Internet 849. 6:40 p.m. Cincinnati Reds taking the Arizona Diamondbacks. Reds on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 846, Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates taking the LA Angels. Pirates on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 861, Angels on Internet 852. 6:40 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Phillies on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 860, Jays on Internet 868. 7 p.m. Washington Nationals taking the Baltimore Orioles. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet